We're on the record in case number 2023-00191, electronic application of Kentucky American Water Company for an adjustment of rates, a certificate of public convenience and necessity for installation of advanced metering infrastructure, approval of regulatory and accounting treatments, and tariff revisions. My name is Kent Chandler. I'm chairman of the commission. Will be presiding over the hearing today. Joining me is Vice Chair Angie Hatton and Commissioner Mary Pat Regan. I just will give everyone a notice that between our first break this morning and lunch, I will have to take a moment to be away. At that point, the Vice Chair will preside over the hearing until lunch. I'd ask that anybody in the room, please turn your cell phones to silent or turn them off. The purpose of today's hearing is to take evidence in this matter through the examination of witnesses. Before we get started in earnest, we'll have an entry appearance counsel for the applicant.
Good morning, Your Honor. Lindsey Ingram, Stahl, Keenan, Ogden, external counsel for Kentucky American Water. This is David Pippin. He is internal counsel for Kentucky American Water. And with me today, I have Mary Ellen Wimberly, who's with Stahl, Keenan, Ogden, and Monica Braun, who's also with Stahl, Keenan, Ogden.
Okay.
We also have Molly Lloyd, who's a paralegal with my firm to help out with technology for the witnesses.
Okay. Mr. Ingram, will all three, or let me just ask, who will be presenting witnesses today, or tomorrow, or this week?
Ms. Wimberly, Ms. Braun, and me.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, and for the Office of the Attorney General?
Angela Go for the Office of the Attorney General.
Okay, just you this week, Ms. Code?
Just me.
All right, that didn't indicate that I was looking for anybody else, I just want to make sure.
Should I be
And,
offended by that?
and for the City of Lexington?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Todd Osterloh, Sturgill, Turner, Barker, Maloney, on behalf of Lexington Fayette Urban County Government.
Okay, all right, thank you, Mr. Osterloh. And for Commission staff?
Morgan Hall, Nancy Vendel, Amanda Lawson, and Ashley Hatcher on behalf of commission staff.
All right, thank you. The record indicates that proof and notice was filed into the record last week for notice between, I believe, the 21st and the 24th of November. That public notice indicated that anyone interested in providing public comments could do so by following the instructions on the Commission's website ahead of this hearing. The information on how to provide comments was posted on our website on Friday. No one, as of 15 minutes ago, has indicated their interest in providing public comments remotely. Is there anybody in the room from the public that would like to provide their comments for the Commission's consideration in this case? Seeing no one, I'd just remind members of the public that public comments can be provided to the Commission at any time prior to the submission of the case. They can be emailed to the Commission to psc.comment@ky.gov. They can also be mailed to the Public Service Commission at 211 Sower, S-O-W-E-R, Boulevard, Frankfort, Kentucky 40602. We just ask that either way you send your public comments in, that you indicate your name, your address, and the case number, which in this matter is 2023-00191, and that public comments can be provided any time prior to the case being submitted to the Commission for consideration. So as there are no public comments, are there any issues that we need to take up before we begin?
No, Your Honor, I submitted our witness list pursuant to the Commission's order, and the order of witnesses I put in there is, I think, what we'll be able to go with at least for the first half dozen witnesses. We do have some travel issues and some other factors that would affect that, but as we move throughout today and see what the pace is, I'll keep the Commission and Council informed as to where we are.
Okay. Mr. Osterloh, Ms. Goode, anything?
Nothing.
Okay. All right, Mr. Ingram, you can call your first witness.
Ms. Nash, please.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Please have a seat. Please state your name and address for the record.
Catherine Nash. The business address is 2300 Richmond Road out of Lexington.
Okay. Ms. Nash, before you go, Mr. Ingram, Ms. Nash, I'd ask if there's a microphone up there that you try to pull as close to you as possible. However loud you think you need to talk, you need to talk louder than
Okay.
you even think. You're going to feel like you're yelling and you're not.
Okay,
Just
is
make
that
sure you
better?
speak up. That's perfect.
Okay.
You cannot speak too loud. That's what I'm trying to
Okay.
do. Okay. All right, Mr. Ingram, you may ask.
Ms. Nash, what is your job title, please?
I am president of Kentucky American Water.
And in that role, did you cause to be filed direct testimony on this matter in June of this year?
Yes,
Were you also identified as a sponsoring witness for some of the data responses that have been filed in this case?
yes.
Today, do you have any corrections to either your direct testimony or any of the data responses that you were identified on?
I do have one update, if it's okay to share now.
Yes.
And it's related to our annual performance plan. And so there were several responses, I think Mr. Lewis, Mr. Watkins, and maybe one other that referenced the annual performance plan table. That had a clause at the bottom of that, like a gating condition that had if earnings per share was not achieved at least 90% or greater, that there would be no payout as part of that plan. At the American Water last Wednesday, the compensation committee met and has since removed that clause as part of that factor. So that is one update to some of the testimony that's been previously provided.
Ms. Nash is available for questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Osterloh?
No questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Go.
Just a handful, thank you. Good morning, Ms. Nash.
Good morning.
According to the application, Kentucky American Water is requesting to increase its water rates by approximately $26.1 million per year. Is that correct?
Yes,
And that requested revenue increase, that excludes the Qualified Infrastructure Program or the QUIP rider revenues. Is that correct?
that's correct. There's another approximately $9 million included in that QIP program.
And is it correct that based upon Kentucky American's original requested rate increase of that $26.1 million, the average residential customer's bill would increase by approximately $8.96 per month or 22%?
Correct. I believe it was, current rates are right around $40 a month for average, and it would increase it to $49.
That was my next question. Whether you would confirm that I think it's $49.73.
Yes.
Does that sound correct? And based upon the company's rebuttal testimony and not including the QUIP revenues, as we just discussed, is the company's updated rate increase request $25.6 million?
I would have to check on that number. I don't have that right in front of me.
I believe it was in Mr. Newcomb's rebuttal, so I can defer to him.
I think that number's correct, though.
Okay. Essentially, the Attorney General is going to ask a post-hearing request just based on that $500,000 reduction. If that changes that proposed average residential customer's bill at all, it might be a few cents, but we just want to get that in the record. And Kentucky American Water is also proposing to increase the monthly customer charge for a customer with a 5/8 inch meter from $15 to $20 per month. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And subject to check, is that increase 33.3% roughly?
Yes.
And would you agree that the company's customers are currently facing some economic issues, including inflation?
Yes.
Ms. Nash, would you agree that if the company is awarded the full rate increase and the increase of the monthly customer charge, that it can pose a financial hardship on your customers?
For a certain subset of customers, yes, I would agree with that. Mr. Ray's testimony goes into detail on that part, but we're estimating that roughly 11,000 of our customers fall within the federal poverty limits.
I have no further questions. Thank you, Ms. Nash.
Counsel?
No questions.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
I'm beginning a day where I'm going to look left all day long. So, not only do we have to learn to speak up, but I have to adjust. I usually move, but if I'm not looking at you, that's why. So I was looking at public comments in the case, and we only had one. But the comment asks a number of questions, and I thought I might pose some of those to you. Of course, the comment is objecting to an increase, and we hear this in a lot of cases. that the increases from every single utility that people are paying are way higher than the increases in income of your customers. So this particular comment wants to know what cost-saving measures you feel that you've taken that would be reflected in the rate that you charge your customers.
Sure. So I'll break it up into two categories. One being on the capital side. So I'll start there and then I'll move to the O&M side and talk about savings and what we're doing there. So on the capital side, a couple of things that we're doing, and this will also be in Ms. Porter's testimony. She can give further detail. But one example would be for the UV projects that we're doing and the value engineering work that's gone on alongside those. So at our Richmond Road Station, which is in Lexington, the UV was originally scoped at just over $7 million for that project. Through value engineering, that price has dropped several $1 million by incorporating an existing structure that we already have. So that's one example. Another is on bundling projects. So, for example, again with the UV projects, instead of bidding them out separately, we bid them together for two of the stations to get better pricing. And so this pricing was reflective in both design and in the construction part of it. And with construction, one example there would be not having to have a double mobilization charge for those. Another one is on proactive buying of pipe. And so through our corporate service company supply chain, utilizing national contracts and national pricing that utilizes American Water's scope to get better pricing for all of these projects. So that's a couple of examples on the capital side. On the O&M side, similar with the supply chain, it's utilizing national pricing for chemicals. And chemicals has been one of the major price drivers of increase in the last few years. And Mr. O'Drain's testimony can talk through specifics on that. But that's one example, is through utilizing that national pricing. Another couple of examples, one would be on outsourcing of locates. So this past year, about 7 months ago, we did a trial process to outsource all of our utility locates. And that has been very successful, and it's been much more efficient process by using those folks.
Okay. And specifically on that, and there may be another witness who would be better to ask this more specific question to, but regarding the AMI meters that are proposed, I believe that in testimony from one of the Attorney General's witnesses, it was noted that even though there are cost savings associated with the AMI meters, in your cost-benefit analysis, there didn't seem to be any way to reflect that in cost savings and customer rates. Could you address that?
I can't specifically address like the exact dollar amount on customer rates, but I'll talk about the benefits of AMI. So I'll back up real quick and just say the AMI that we're proposing is through the normal course of business. So we're not pulling meters early, we're not doing an accelerated program. It's as we replace meters, our proposal is to go with AMI. And so roughly over the next 3 years, 80,000 meters need to be replaced. So this is the time to make that decision right now before we go in and replace all of those with another technology. The major savings, I think, comes through just efficiencies, and there's a couple of things. One, I'll talk through safety and the environment. So from a safety perspective, it reduces the number of trucks on the road. And along with that, from an environmental perspective, it reduces greenhouse gases and reduces carbon footprint by not having all of those trucks on the road, along with the safety concerns. And really, I think the benefit for the customers is having near real-time information about water usage and what's going on at their property.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Just to follow up on one question on the outsourcing. Do you know what the percentage difference is cost-wise? I know probably efficiency-wise, but cost-wise, what outsourcing versus having it in-house is?
I don't have that in front of me, but I'll talk through some of the structure of it. So prior, when we were doing it in-house, we had 4 people dedicated to that, and it wasn't able to keep up. So we were using overtime and pulling employees from doing other tasks to be able to complete that. With the contractor, they're doing other utility locates for other companies, and they can flex and staff up much better than we could. So like in summer, when it's much higher and in peak season, they've got the staff that they can accommodate that demand.
Thank you.
So if I have more questions, Ms. Nash, about the line locates, those are to Mr. Lewis.
I'm sorry, what was that?
If I have more questions about the outsourcing of 811, that's to Witness Lewis.
Yes.
Do you think it'd be appropriate if you guys are finding in-house efficiencies by outsourcing those, that the increased cost of the outsourcing cost should be offset by the increased efficiencies that are found internally?
Can you restate that question? I had a hard
Yeah,
time
if
hearing the
there,
last
if there
part.
are if there are any cost savings at all, even if they're not net negative, but even if there are cost savings from outsourcing those, do you think those should be included as a reduction to your rates in addition to the increased contract expense being an increase in your rates?
I would, and it may be a better question for Mr. Lewis. At this point, I don't know that we have a good handle on any cost savings or any additional cost at this point. We've been doing this for 7 months. I would like to see a full year to see what the true impact is.
Okay, I guess I'm confused on that. So you answered to the vice chair's question about what I understood to be cost savings about the outsourcing or contract services for line locates, but there's not cost savings with that, is that correct?
I was referencing more efficiency of operation than cost savings. I can't answer if there's a cost savings at this point.
Okay, so can you explain to me what you mean by efficiencies of operations?
Right, so
If there
let's.
are no
right.
cost savings?
Yeah, so let's take summer, for instance, when peak locates are happening. The contractor can staff up, they may have 16 people dedicated to that one day. We don't have 16 people to put on that. So that's where the efficiency comes in, that they can flex high, and then in winter, when it drops off, they can flex lower, whereas we can't do that. So the 4 people that we had working on that full-time are now working on other tasks for the business, and mainly working on non-revenue water, not accounted for water projects.
Okay. Would you have paid those 4 people overtime to do line locates?
Yes, we were.
So if you're not paying those people overtime anymore, that shouldn't be reflected in your costs, right?
I don't know that I can answer that question.
Okay, so if they're now finding non-revenue water and addressing that, that should increase your revenues and reduce your expenses, correct?
It would reduce expenses on the locate part, but there's other work going on. So for instance, right now, even though overtime has been reduced for locates, it has increased for meter replacements.
Okay, yeah, but my question was, those people that are now dedicated to finding non-revenue water, them finding the non-revenue water should increase your revenues and reduce expenses, correct?
Overtime, yes.
Well, but for every gallon of non-revenue water that they address, that's a decrease in expenses that you're not recovering through sales, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, of all the changes, the efficiency changes that have occurred as it relates to 811 locates, hiring those people, are you aware of any changes to the test year, the thing you've only been doing 7 months, other than an increase in contractual expenses to recover the cost of the 811 line locators?
No.
I want to go back to your other question real quick, just so that we finish this out. It's only been 7 months since you started doing the 811, so you think it's inappropriate to reflect those efficiencies as cost reductions in the rate case?
Yes.
But it's only been 7 months, but you've got the increase in contractual expenses in the test year, correct?
Correct.
All right, so walk me back through your correction on the stand, or it's not a correction, the addition on the stand this morning.
Sure.
The company's incentive plan is funded historically, only upon reaching a certain EPS threshold?
Correct. It had to be 90% or better of target.
Okay. And now my understanding is it's funded without regards to an EPS threshold?
That's correct.
Is that a American-wide threshold change or
Yes.
a Kentucky-American threshold change?
American Water.
Do you have documentary proof or evidence of exactly what the compensation committee voted on?
We can get that. It just happened last Wednesday, so I don't have the document yet. But we expect that to be coming out.
Seek that in a post hearing data request, a copy of what they passed. Mr. Ingram?
I have no redirect, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Nash.
Thank you.
Mr. Ingram?
Kentucky American calls its next witness Melissa Schwarzel.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Please have a seat. And please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Melissa Schwarzel. My business address is 1 Water Street in Camden, New Jersey, 08102.
Mr. Ingram?
Ms. Schwarzel, could you please state your job title, please?
My job title is Senior Principal Finance.
And in that role, and that's with the American Water Works Service Company, is that correct, Ms. Schwarzel?
That's correct.
Okay, and in that role, did you cause to be filed in this case direct testimony in June of this year and rebuttal testimony in November of this year?
Yes.
Were you also the identified witness on numerous data responses that Kentucky American has filed in the record of this case?
Yes.
Today, do you have any corrections to either piece of your testimony or to any of your data responses?
No, I do not.
Ms. Schwarzel is available for cross, Your Honor.
Mr. Osterloh?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Good morning, Ms. Schwarzel.
Good morning.
My apologies, I was going to try to share my screen on a couple questions, but I think we can make it through it. In case number 2009-253, the commission approved Kentucky American's request to extend the period by which it would change out smaller meters from the regulatory standard of 10 years to 15 years. Is that correct?
I believe what the commission authorized was for the company to keep 5/8" meters in service for up to 15 years prior to testing.
And in the current case, Kentucky American is proposing to trim that back down, its standard practice, from the 15 years back to 10 years. Is that correct?
Kentucky American was formerly targeting a 15-year life for its small meters, and the company is now aiming to target a 10-year life for its small meters based on field experience.
And in response to item number 68 of Lexington's first set of data requests, again, LFUCG number 1, item 68,
Okay?
Kentucky American indicated that if it were to maintain the 15-year replacement schedule, it would anticipate having 2,420 scheduled replacements in 2024. Is that correct?
Let me find the DR.
Sure.
You said 168?
That's correct.
Okay. Give me just a moment, please. I thought I had this all very well organized, but I'm having a hard time finding it. Thank you, Molly. So you're saying 2,420 meters in 2024.
Yes.
Can you scroll back down? Thank you, dear. Yes, that's what I see here.
And in contrast, what the company is proposing in this case is to actually have approximately 42,000 replacements in calendar year 2024, correct?
That's correct.
Difference of almost 40,000 meters, correct?
Yes, approximately.
And the test year in this case spans from February of 24 to end of January 25, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
The company's also acknowledged that the increased expense in this case related to meters is not necessarily based on a change between AMR and AMI, but it's primarily driven by the increase in volume of replacements for these smaller meters and the proposed change in depreciation and cost to remove the meters, correct?
What discovery
Sure, item
response?
77 of Lexington's first request.
177? Let's see if I have better luck. Oh, here we go. So the question is about depreciation expense particularly, right?
That's correct, yes.
And this is just pointing out that the largest increase to the depreciation expense has to do with the proposed rates, as well as the change in meter volume, not AMI. Yes, I think it speaks for itself, right?
Thank you. So I'd like to ask about that depreciation expense. And here again, I can't pull it up, but in response to the commission's third request, item number 6, there was an Excel file that was filed by the company. And in that Excel file, it had a depreciation expense listed. Well, let me backtrack. Item 3-6 from the commission asked to provide the adjustment to remove plant and expenses related to advanced metering infrastructure. And you were one of the 2 sponsors of the response. And the company, as a part of that response, filed an Excel file. And in that Excel file, it included a depreciation rate for meters of 20.04%. Do you have that in front of you?
I don't see where the rate is listed. Oh, 24.04, I see that.
And it's my understanding that that percentage is the same percentage that would have been included in the depreciation schedule or study that was filed with this case. Are you familiar with that?
Mr. Kennedy would be the right witness to respond to what matches his study.
Okay. And then, as a part of the application, I believe it was Exhibit A, there was a cost-benefit study related to AMI. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
And it's my understanding in that cost-benefit analysis that the depreciation rate that was used was a 10-year depreciation rate.
Correct.
And I interpret that, maybe too simplistically, as being 10%. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Do you know what the distinction would be between the 24.04% that was listed in response to Commission's third request, item 6, and the 10% rate that would be included in Exhibit A?
Mr. Kennedy can discuss it a little bit more, but depreciation rates are periodically trued up. So the purpose of doing periodic depreciation studies in part is to look at where the position of the reserve is relative to the remaining useful life of the assets, the expected life of the assets, the expected cost of removal, and to periodically true those up. Those rates have been as low as 3% in recent history for those asset classes. And Mr. Kennedy can talk about methodologies that were used in depreciation studies in the past relative to the methodologies used in the current depreciation study, but the 24% rate, or whatever it is that he would confirm, is related to all of those factors going in. For the purposes of a cost-benefit analysis, what we're trying to look at is what's the cost of an investment and what are the benefits that are generated by that investment. And it's always important in a financial analysis to try and marry the cost period to the benefit period so that you have sort of an apples to apples good matching principle. I really couldn't think of any way to do that cost-benefit analysis rationally without matching it to the life of the investment.
But wouldn't it make sense to match the depreciation rate in the cost benefit analysis with the depreciation rate that is used in the rate case?
We trued up lots of things to the rate case. The depreciation is one that did not make sense to match up to the rate case. So a 24% rate is not a rate that would probably be in place for a long period of time. Again, these are assets that typically would have a 10-year life. So that 24% rate would be related to things other than the simple expected useful life of an asset. Again, just financial analysis principles would tend to indicate that you need to have a good matching principle between those costs and those benefits.
Thank you. No further questions.
Let's go.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Attorney Osterloh has covered some of my questions, so I would do my best not to repeat any identical questions, but please bear with me. So Kentucky American is requesting a certificate of public convenience and necessity to deploy the advanced metering infrastructure, or AMI, in its system. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And in your testimony, it says that you introduce and support the cost-benefit analysis that the company is essentially relying on in the application for the AMI deployment. Is that correct?
It's one of the components of the application.
Did you draft the cost-benefit analysis?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to ask you some questions about the cost-benefit analysis. I know that some of it is still considered confidential. I am not planning on delving into any of the confidential information. If you think that your response contains confidential information, please just let me know.
Okay.
And we can go into confidential session.
Okay.
In the cost-benefit analysis, it states that Kentucky American Water is not planning to accelerate the replacement of its entire meter reading system, regardless of its age or condition. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But then it later states in the cost-benefit analysis that even though the company was granted a deviation by the commission that Mr. Osterloh just discussed with you, from the 10 years to the 15 years on the 5/8 inch meters for the testing, due to that change in the cost-benefit analysis from the 15 years to the 10 years, it states that the company proposes to replace approximately 42,000 of the 5/8 inch meters in 2024, 18,000 in 2025, and 18,000 in 2026. Is that correct?
So I just want to make sure I know what I'm answering. And you're asking great questions. I just want to make sure I've got it right. Are you asking me to validate the number of meters?
Yes.
So I think the numbers that you said were approximately correct. I don't have the spreadsheet in front of me.
I believe it's on page 11 of the cost-benefit analysis, if
Oh,
you would like to
thank
refer to
you.
it. You're welcome.
Oh, yep, I can see it right there. 42,000, 18,000, and 18,000 the first 3 years.
So based on that information, the company is proposing to replace approximately 78,000 of the 5/8 inch meters in the next 3 years. Is that correct?
So yes, but I do want to take just a minute, just because you were talking about some other things at the beginning when you were talking about your question. So I want to make sure that we distinguish something. The AMI program, as proposed, has absolutely no influence on the meter replacement schedule. So the company's desire to replace the meters that it's identified here has to do with the age of those meters. We've got 70,000 plus meters. There's a DR. If you look at the company's response to the PSC's second round of information, number 7, listed a table. And as of August of this year, there were almost 68,000 meters that were more than 10 years old. There were 61,000 that were 10 to 12 years old, another 6,000 that are 13 to 15 years old out in the system. We've got another almost 9,000 meters that are 7 to 9 years old, meaning that in the next several years, they will cross that decade mark. So our desire to get meters out of the ground and get them replaced has to do with the age of those meters. That replacement gives us an opportunity to move towards AMI, but AMI is not the reason for the replacements. And I just want to make sure that that's clear, because it's important and it's different about the way that Kentucky American is proposing to move to AMI than some other utilities have approached it. So I just want to make sure that everybody's on the same page on that.
According to the cost benefit analysis, Kentucky American Water has approximately 141,724 meters. Is that correct?
That sounds more than approximate, so yes, I imagine it sounds about right.
And subject to check, if the company is proposing to replace about 78,000 meters, that's more than half, correct, of the total meters of the company?
Exactly.
Would you not agree that replacing well over half of the company's meters in the next 3 years would constitute an accelerated replacement?
I would not agree with that.
Can
So
you
again,
explain?
yeah, sure. Again, we're replacing those based on the age of the meters. It's not based on looking at work that needs to be done in the next 10 years and trying to get it done as quickly as possible. It's just based on the fact that these are due, and in fact, if anything, it's a bit of a deceleration. So those 78,000 meters, we would consider them essentially due for replacement now. So again, if I look back at that meters by age, the PSC 27, that attachment, again, the ones that are 10 years or older presently, I think it's around 68,000. So those ones are the ones that we already look at and we think, okay, we need to get those out of the ground. We need to renew that infrastructure. Replacing that many meters in a single year would be very difficult from an operational standpoint, from a capital standpoint. It would set up our replacement program to have these huge surges. So what we're trying to do is actually spread that out. So we're trying to spread that out over the course of the next 3 years, getting the bulk of it out of the way in the first year, and especially with a brand of meter that has had a percentage failure rate that's higher than other brands. So we'd like to get those out first. But again, if anything, we're sort of decelerating a 10-year cycle by trying to smooth that out.
The cost benefit analysis asserts that deploying AMI could provide cost savings to the customers, correct? I believe it's pages 17 through 18 is what I have down.
I think we discuss a number of financial benefits for customers. I just don't recall it being the language that you were saying, that it was a could. I think that we're expecting financial benefits for customers. But there's a lot of words here. Was something specific?
No, just in general, I just wanted to make sure I was understanding the cost benefit analysis correctly, that Kentucky American was saying that deploying AMI could or would provide cost savings to the customers.
What we're planning is that it creates financial benefits. So the ones, and there's a lot of benefits to the program. Catherine, Ms. Nash was talking about some of the qualitative benefits in terms of allowing customers to know what's going on a little bit sooner, help them avoid high bills, help them avoid surprise leaks or property damage. So there's a lot of good things about it. The quantified benefits, the things that went into the cost benefit analysis, were meter reading labor, field service representative labor, and associated vehicle costs. So those are the benefits that we are anticipating. The way those will bleed through to customers right now is through us being able to get more work done with the same amount of resources. So presently, we're not planning a workforce reduction. So we are not planning to let the workforce get smaller. We have more than enough work for our field service representatives to do. 10 years from now, when we get that fully deployed and we anticipate that the meter reading labor would free up, I mean, at that point, we're starting to have a lot more opportunity to review where we're at. If there's an opportunity at that point to allow some attrition, or if there's an opportunity between now and then to do so, we can. But right now, there's more than enough work to do, and this allows us to get more work done with the same resources.
And just to be clear, none of those, I think I call it cost savings, you're calling it benefits. None of that is included in the present rate case, correct?
There's been several DRs about that. I think that we've consistently answered that, again, we're not planning to reduce workforce, but we certainly did contemplate that AMI was going to be going in, and that we can create some bandwidth when we contemplated the size of our workforce going out through the test year. So we are a rate-regulated business, so everything that we do is sort of implicit in the cost of service. So when we create benefits for our customers, when there's costs for their customers, that all becomes implicit.
And according to a company response to the AG's discovery, you sponsored it and stated that Kentucky American Water currently has and this can be subject to check, and I can give you a reference if you need it. But they currently have 141,524 automated meter reader meters, AMR, 276 AMI meters, and 222 manual meters. Does that sound correct?
I think you're probably looking at 139 maybe. I think I see numbers like that, 276 AMI, 141,000 AMR, and a couple hundred manual. Yes.
And so those are the most updated numbers you have?
I think this is what the inventory reflected. I think operations has informed us that we really don't have manual meters in the system, that probably this is some record cleanup that we need to do.
So based on this information, would you agree that the bulk of the company's current meters consist of AMR meters?
Yes, almost entirely.
And is it correct that the cost-benefit analysis states that the existing AMR technology has the least cost net present value and the AMI is the second least cost?
I think of the items that we evaluated, doing a 20-year MPV, and so I think you're referring to, if you look at Figure 13 in Exhibit A, that's where we do the 20-year NPV. And the very lowest one is the existing technology, which is primarily AMR for Badger. And the second lowest one is the AMI for Badger, the cellular option. They're only different on a net present value basis. It's around $3 million over the course of 20 years, around $150,000 per year, which is about 0.1% of revenue requirement.
And Kentucky American Water's existing AMR meters are not obsolete, correct?
Can you define that?
You can still purchase the AMR meters that you currently have in the system?
Yeah, so again, the reason for doing the replacement work is not solely to move to a new technology, or not because we could replace AMR endpoints as we do that work with other AMR endpoints. We could replace the AMR endpoints with AMI endpoints. We have choices for what we replace with. So that we can, as we do that replacement work, we could still buy AMR product.
And as of December 31st, 2022, the net book value of Kentucky American Water meters is close to $31 million with a future accrual requirement of over $36 million. Does that sound correct?
I don't know.
Okay, I can defer that one. Do you know if Kentucky American Water's current meters overall is providing reliable service to customers?
I think that we've answered a few DRs of that nature. So again, I think that the vast majority of meters at any given time are providing reliable service. I'm sure that there are always a few meters at any given point in time that are also having some challenges. But again, the whole purpose of our meter replacement program is to support reliability. That's why we're doing what we're doing, is to support reliability. So it's, when we go out and we make the 40,000 meter replacements that we're anticipating making next year, it is to preserve reliability. We want to renew that infrastructure. We want to keep it in good working order. We want to make sure that we can get reads for our customers. So reliability is the purpose of the replacement program. AMI is just the technology that we would like to use as we complete those replacements.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Hi, Ms. Schwartzel, am I saying that correct?
You did great.
Okay, and if you can't hear me, let me know, because we're furthest apart from anybody, so.
You
And
speak
if
very
there's anything
clearly.
that I ask that should be deferred or somebody else is better to answer, please let me know.
Okay.
And I'm gonna start with, your rebuttal testimony. If you wanna pull that up, I'm gonna be looking at pages 2 and 3.
Okay.
Just let me know when you're there.
Okay, got it pulled up.
Okay. And on page 2, you addressed that Kentucky American does not anticipate any stranded assets in regards to the AMI meters. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then on page 3, you stated that Kentucky American did not consider any stranded assets in the cost-benefit analysis. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can you kind of explain how if you didn't consider any, then you don't anticipate any? Can you kind of reconcile those two statements for me?
Oh, sure. So we don't expect having any stranded assets, so we didn't include anything related to stranded assets in the cost-benefit analysis.
Okay, so, but you all didn't even consider it?
We didn't consider including something that we don't think will exist when we did the evaluation.
Okay, and then next, in your response to, it's gonna be the staff's second request for information, item 11.
Okay, yes?
Okay, you stated that there were 2 vendors that were selected by American Water in 2016. And then that every 2 to 3 years, the pricing for those meter manufacturers is renegotiated. Is that correct?
I'm going to have to read the DR. So this topic in general, the negotiation of the meter contracts, Mr. Hill's going to be the best witness for it. I can do my best
Okay.
to read it.
Well, I'll ask, and if it's still Mr. Hill's the better person, just let me know after this first one, because they all
Sure.
kind of follow up beyond that. Did did American Water considering issuing any new RFP for AMI meters for Kentucky American specifically?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
Again,
you-
it's not, this isn't a discrete project. We're not going out and building some big, we call those like investment projects where we go out and we do one big thing and we just seek an RFP for it. This really isn't what we're doing. This is recurring project. This is just the kind of work that we do on a regular basis to replace meters or to replace pumps. It's just routine work on a going forward basis. So there was not a special process for it. We do have the RFP process periodically for meters that Mr. Hill can talk about a little bit more. And because the labor in this first year, those 40,000 meters, that's a lot of labor, we did do an RFP for the installation labor. It's more than we could do in-house.
Okay, well, and I'm getting to that. Has the RFP for the installation been completed?
Yes, I believe so. And Mr. Lewis could provide more color on that.
And I will ask Mr. Lewis about that, and that's all the questions I have right now.
Okay.
Russia.
Winnie?
Good morning.
Do you know whether, this is in regard to the RFPs for to seek vendors for the AMI program? Do you know whether they ever updated the 2016 RFP?
Mr. Hill could answer that question on the most recent status, I think.
Okay. Mr. Hill?
Mr. Hill, yes.
Would Mr. Hill be the best person to ask about the alternatives that were considered before the AMI program was chosen?
I can talk to that.
Okay.
So,
What alternatives? did you
yeah, so if
consider?
you look at, and he can talk, he's an excellent witness. He has tremendous knowledge about meters, so he can help a lot. But I can help to the extent I can. So I think when you look at the options considered, there's a few pages in Exhibit A that sort of talk about what we looked at. And we looked at, potentially fixed network. That was not something that we wanted to pursue. We looked at cellular AMI. That is a preferred technology. We looked at doing a hybrid solution where we, again, gradually put in AMI cellular endpoints as we did meter replacement work and then supplemented with some fixed network. It didn't seem to be like a good fit for Kentucky. And we also looked at replacing with AMR. And then within that, we looked at both of the brands, Neptune and Badger, for the AMI and AMR options. And we looked at Neptune only for the hybrid option. So those were some of the things that we considered doing.
I think that's all the questions.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Just to follow up, when you were talking about the project converting these over the next 3 years,
Yes.
that you couldn't handle it in-house, correct? But you were not gonna go through a workforce reduction?
Yeah, so, and I shouldn't have spoke about in-house, just the quantity and the amount of time it takes to replace a meter. I think if you count half an hour per meter, or I think we've even looked at records, it's up to 45 minutes to do the full work. And you talk about 40,000 meters, you're looking at 25 or 30,000 hours of time, or 10 to 15 human beings. And we don't have that kind of excess in our workforce. So I think that we wanted to look at using a contractor for that work. So that's why we RFP'd that external labor. But I feel like I missed part of your question there.
My question was, other than the outside vendors, that, will you be adding people to be able to support this after the 3 years and the process is over? Are you gonna be adding people to support that, or will you be able to handle that all in-house?
I don't know what the volumes of meters, again, this is an ongoing process. This will just be
Yeah,
And God, so I don't know what the plan is once they get past the biggest surge of the replacements, if they would be able to handle that in-house, or if it would continue to make more sense to contract that outside. I don't know.
okay. But you don't foresee a workforce reduction after the 3-year project?
So I think that initially, the plan is to keep all of our field service representatives in place. Again, we've got more than enough work that we can stand to really get to. So we'd like to make sure that we are providing good service for our customers. Long-term, there's typically growth in the population, so there can be more service territory to cover. There can be more work orders to do. So I think at least in the near term, we're looking at just keeping all of that workforce on. Obviously, we'll continue to evaluate the business and identify where we need more resources when that happens, and identify where we have opportunities for efficiency. But I think this initial batch, as they go in, that should free up field service representatives to do other kinds of work. And on a long-term basis, once we get the whole service territory converted, because those meters, they're sort of sprinkled around. There's a figure in here that sort of shows colored dots. We call it the Skittles map. It's all a bunch of colors. But you can kind of see that the meters are really spread everywhere. So until you kind of get the entire service territory converted, it's hard to stop driving. But I think once we get there in year 10 or so, we have 7 meter readers currently. So again, that would create opportunity. How do we want to use those resources? So there's a lot of opportunity for efficiency as we get this in.
Okay. And then Ms. Nash talked about, I think she said 11,000 of the customers are beneath the poverty level?
Mr. Ray is the affordability witness.
Okay.
He would be able to best comment on that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Does the benefit cost analysis, cost benefit analysis, whatever you'd like to call it, that you conducted assume perfect rate making treatment?
I did not presume a lag. So for example, like we'll have a test year in 2024 that we can average rate base for, hopefully. 2025, 2026, we'll be making ongoing investments. The first year of meters will annualize. If we don't have a means of recovering that, the costs to those customers probably would not be incurred. So we didn't presume any kind of lag. I didn't want to try and estimate what that would be. So right now, the costs are reflected as they exist. The benefits are reflected as they exist. And I didn't try and introduce a component of regulatory lag.
Well, that's what I'm trying to be clear. You didn't, and not even lag, but it just assumes perfect rate making treatment in the sense that it assumes that costs and benefits are flowed through immediately when they're incurred or as they're incurred, or not flow through at all, right? That's what you were answering earlier about your something about implicitly in the cost of service study, or in the utilities cost of service, right?
So the cost benefit analysis looked at the costs of what we're doing over the course of time, over the lives of those meters. It looked at the benefits created over the course of time as those meters went into service. I did not try to estimate the impact on customer bills. Right now, we just looked at measuring the costs and measuring the financial benefits that were created. Again, we don't plan currently on workforce reduction, so how those benefits would present in the near term at least is more work getting done with the same resources. Over a long period of time, we would have an opportunity to do something different if the opportunity to reduce workforce became favorable. Favorable? Can't talk.
Okay. I just want to make sure it's clear, though. You talk about, you use the word implicit. You specifically use the word this is your, I believe, maybe rebuttal testimony where you disagree with Mr. Meyer and you say that given that the company is subject to ongoing rate regulation, that, and I'm paraphrasing now, but that was the first part, that his concern was not valid. And his concern was that there's no mechanism to reflect financial benefits of customer rates. Do you remember that testimony?
I certainly remember the exact words. I'm not positive of, but I know exactly what you're talking about.
And so on line 6 of page 2 of your rebuttal testimony, the sentence starts off with, both the costs and benefits of AMI will be embedded in the business and operations of the company as AMI is deployed, and thus will be implicit in the cost of service and customer rates through ongoing rate regulation.
Correct.
And do you think that's appropriate when the utility is going to incur costs in which there's some level of offsetting benefits, that's implicit in the cost of service and there's no need for necessarily for a separate mechanism to reflect those ongoing in rates?
Yes, I think that this is something that will affect the operations of the company. When we come in for rate regulation, are always evaluating the operations of the company. So I don't think that we need a special mechanism. Again, there's going to be a lot of investment that's potentially outside of rates here, but I don't think that the company's proposed anything different than routine rate regulation at this point.
Okay. So, in your direct testimony when discussing it, and you kind of discussed it earlier when talking about your decisions for narrowing your options to consider under the benefit cost analyses. You specifically, and I think it starts on page 3, you go through in your direct testimony, going through the considerations that, or the information that you gathered ahead of the analysis.
Okay.
The metering equipment, the labor, the data on the company's fleet, the material installation labor pricing.
Okay.
So just to follow up on a couple of things. So at first, with meter and installation labor pricing.
I'm sorry, what?
So for the meter and installation labor pricing, you were asked earlier, did you all do an RFP for the labor? Do you remember that question?
Yes.
And you indicated you think that recently you all got that back?
Yes.
Indicate what that cost would be? Where did you otherwise get information on the material and installation labor pricing prior to conducting the cost benefit analysis?
So the materials, I got information from our supply chain department. They have our current contracts. For labor, we were advised by the business what that would likely be, and I believe that's consistent with the RFP. Mr. Lewis could maybe provide additional color, or if you have ongoing questions about the costs or the results of the RFP, I presume that we could provide those in a post-hearing response.
Okay. And so I think we're going to get a copy of the RFP as a post-hearing data request, the response to the RFP. Or I guess it's not just a response to the RFP. You all have chosen a vendor?
I'm not part of that.
That's a Mr. Lewis question. I understand. one of the other items that you discussed when assessing, this is the question, how did you assess the meter and endpoint replacement quantities and timing for the model?
Okay.
And by model, I assume that means your analysis, not the model of metering chosen, right?
Correct.
You said first, the meter inventory was compared with the company's targeted cycle for scheduled meter replacement. For just under 98% of the meters examined, the 5/8 and 1-inch meters, the target is a 10-year cycle. For the remaining 2% of meters, 1.5 and 2-inch meters, a replacement was targeted within 4 years for the purposes of the analysis. Without adjustment, following the cycle strictly would have resulted in the replacement of approximately 74,000 meters in 2022, as these were at or past the 10-year mark, followed by just a few thousand replacements in 25 and 26.
Yes.
Did I read that correctly?
Yes, it's, that chart that sits under there tries to show that too. So the meters that would be due solely based on age relative to the company's plans to replace them.
Who gave you the information that the company's targeted cycle for scheduled meter replacement was 10 years?
That was collaboration with the operations and engineering teams.
Okay, when you say collaboration, did you have input into the time period in which the targeted cycle should be?
I helped look at like the regulations and get some of that in context. But no, the operations of the company needs to be making decisions about the operations of the company. In the end, I'm the cost benefit girl. I'm the finance geek that just runs the spreadsheet.
Okay, so if I want to ask why the company has an internally targeted cycle for replacing meters over a certain time, who is that a question for?
Mr. Lewis would probably be the right witness.
Okay, and if I have questions about why the company chose to make a decision to request a certain depreciable life for meters, who's that a question for?
The depreciation rates, that's Mr. Kennedy for sure.
Okay. And I just want to make sure I'm clear, that's the witness who can speak to how depreciation rates come up, or the actual company's decision to seek a certain depreciation rate?
So, we use expert witnesses when we're developing depreciation rates. The studies are kind of complex. They do those every few years, again, to look at all those factors. How old are the assets in the system? How much remaining useful life do they have? What's the remaining reserve that they need to pick up? And then what's an appropriate rate? So Mr. Kennedy can talk about how he arrived at the proposed depreciation rates that are consistent with that study. The life of the asset, which is different than the proposed rate, that would probably be more Mr. Lewis, the operations people.
Right, but I guess I can ask Ms. Bulkey how she came up with a return on equity, but there's somebody else differently at the company who actually decides to include a return on equity in the revenue requirement that's requested, right? Do you understand the distinction that I'm asking? Cocentric does not tell you all, does not have the final call in determining what depreciation rates the company seeks, correct?
I understand you now. I'm sorry that took me a minute.
Okay.
So yeah, I think Mr. Newcomb, who I believe is the witness to the overall revenue requirement, could maybe talk about that decision.
You've been at the company for a little while. You were at the company for the last two rate cases, the sewer and the water rate cases, correct?
I've been employed by American Water since 2009.
Yeah, no, I know you've been there. I'm just trying to go back to particular rate cases. Do you know if Mr. Newcomb would have been in the same position then?
I believe Mr. Newcomb was hired within the last year.
Okay, and Mr. Lewis?
Mr. Lewis was brought to Kentucky American, I believe, within the last year or so.
Okay.
I'm not sure how long his tenure with American Water is.
One of the items you mentioned, you have a couple, I understood from your response to the vice chair, you've made a couple qualitative determinations in choosing the metering options to study. Do you remember your response to the vice chair in that regard?
I think we talked about not pursuing or not even including in the cost benefit analysis the fixed network option.
Yeah, why was that?
Mr. Hill can respond to that better. He works for our metering operations team. They're sort of the meter experts.
And is that the infrastructure you said, quote, was not good, not a good fit for Kentucky?
I think when I mentioned those words, it was related to the hybrid solution with Neptune. We thought it might be workable, but when they did the propagation study for us, the number of collectors that we would have needed to get good coverage just didn't seem to pan out economically. If you look at like the 20-year MPV, that hybrid option was the most expensive. So we didn't see a benefit to supplementing the cellular with fixed network.
Do you have an understanding at all whether there are currently problems today with the communications modules on a number of the AMR meters?
I think I helped organize data responses in another proceeding relating to some of the challenges the company's having, so I have at least some familiarity. I'm not an operations person, I'm not on the ground in Kentucky.
No, I get that. I just want to make sure you have an appreciation for the company's position as it relates to the, I'm trying to use a term that doesn't make Mr. Ingram stand up, the lack of 100% communication upon each meter route. Generally, do you know what I'm talking about, though?
We've had some challenges
Okay.
getting meter reads. We have had some indicators that tell us that we need to get our metering infrastructure renewed.
Yeah, something has to change, right? Sorry, I have to. Is that a yes? You're nodding your head.
Yes, we would like to see change. I think that the company's been successful in addressing some of that, and we're pleased with the progress. I think that the renewal of the metering infrastructure and the introduction of AMI both should help keep that where it should be.
Okay, so when you say renewal, you mean replacing meters every 10 years?
Renewal of metering infrastructure, yeah, a regular replacement cycle, and with the 5/8 inch and 1 inch, we would target 10 years.
But I'm trying to ask the fulsome answer to your question. You're saying, are you equating the term renewal when you use it with just a consistent 10-year cycle of replacement?
Oh, when I say I think we need to renew our metering infrastructure, I'm referring to our near-term plans to replace some of these old meters that we have in the system that are 10 to 15 years old already, and getting some of those out of the ground. Again, it's a little too much work to bite off in 1 year, so we're hoping to spread that out over 3 years. But once we do that and then get on a replacement cycle that is a little more consistent with our field experience. So when we look at the meters that we've been pulling out of the ground the last several years, the average age at which we've been pulling them out is around 10 years. Given that 10 years also the mark in Kentucky for most utilities for testing 5/8 and 1 inch water meters, we think that that's a very reasonable target.
Okay. Do you know what your meters were testing, what the accuracy of meter testing was post that 2009 pilot? Or as it relates to the pilots that Kentucky American has conducted?
I'm not extremely familiar with that proceeding. I know that it was good enough for the deviation to be granted, but I think that those studies were back as early as the 90s on meters that would be 15 years old. So you're talking about meters that were installed in the 70s and 80s.
So we're getting
Particularly-
worse at metering?
I'm sorry, what?
We're getting worse at metering in America?
You know what? I wasn't in that proceeding. I shouldn't be commenting on it or speculating on things that happened 20 years before I joined the company. So I don't know.
Yeah. I can say we're getting apparently worse at metering in America. This is not specific to this case. We've got meters that are, the AMI are more expensive than AMR counterparts, is that right? Just talking about the actual physical meter?
Yes, the actual physical, well, the meter's the same meter.
Yeah.
It's the
that's gonna be the
endpoint
next
that's
slide,
more
yeah.
expensive.
Sorry, the communications module portion of the meter is more expensive than the AMI counterparts, right?
Yes, an AMI endpoint is more costly than a corresponding AMR endpoint for both brands.
Yeah, the vice chair, I just want to make sure the record is clear. I said it wrong. AMI communications is more expensive than the AMR communications, correct?
The
Okay.
AMI endpoints, I think there's a table in the exhibit that shows each of the components. Let me see. Yeah, I think if you look at figure 8, it lays side by side the cost of the different
Yeah.
components, yes. And the endpoints for AMI are more expensive than the endpoints for AMR.
Okay. The difference between the two is how they communicate, correct?
Mr. Hill's the right witness for technical aspects of them.
Okay, well, let me just ask you this question. Your testimony specifically says on page 7 that Kentucky American Water also expects that AMI can reduce the frequency of consecutive estimate type orders, given the increased opportunities to obtain a read prior to the close of the billing window.
Yes.
If AMI has the same failure of communications or similar failure of communications that the current AMI meters have, is that the case?
I'd say if brand-new AMI endpoints have the same challenges as 10 to 15-year-old AMR endpoints, that we would need to be checking the reads on those meters more frequently. Again, with an AMI, you don't have to roll a truck to do that. We don't have to send a human being out in the field, which is time-consuming and based on your resource constraints, this is much easier to follow up on.
If the AMI is not communicating, though, you still have to roll a truck to manually read the meter, correct?
That would be my understanding, yes.
Okay, and I just want to be clear, the question I was asking is not, is a new AMI going to do better than an old AMR? I'm just asking just the difference between the two. What we're talking about is actually the communications being the difference because the meter is the same, correct?
The meter is the same.
Okay.
The endpoint is what's different. My understanding, and this is a layperson's understanding, Mr. Hill can talk the specifics, is that the AMR endpoint, you have to drive by it. You have to be pretty near to pick up that frequency. The cellular AMI is designed to be able to send reads into the system without a truck driving by.
Yeah, and the reason I'm asking this long line of questions is because in your benefit cost analysis, did it assume that there are no AMI communications issues through the life of the benefit cost analysis?
We didn't imagine a complete elimination of work, no. So we looked at the different kinds of service orders that might be reduced, and we didn't assume perfection in any respect. So we looked at move-in, move-outs. That's one time we have to go out and just get a read because somebody's moving into a premise or somebody's moving out of a premise. But there may not always be the opportunity to avoid going out and doing that read. It could be that you need to shut the service off. So same thing with a reduction in consecutive estimates. I think that was a relatively modest reduction, maybe 20%. We could pull up the spreadsheet if you wanted, but in no case did we just presume, oh, we're just getting rid of 100% of that. It wouldn't be realistic. We do presume that it will be better and that we will have fewer service orders of this kind of nature that we'll need to roll a truck for.
Okay, so when you compare AMI and the need for instance, the consecutive estimated reads, okay, and AMR, new AMR for consecutive estimated reads, is the reduction to both of those the same for a brand new meter of both types?
Didn't make a big broad reduction that would go along with just renewing the infrastructure. We just wanted to do what was variable between the two for the purpose of the analysis. So I think, is it possible to pull up the attachment to PSC, I think it's 212? It's an Excel file. It would have been confidential.
Do we need to go into confidential session?
It's the model itself that's confidential. I don't think that the inputs to it are confidential.
Okay, that's fine.
And Molly, could you kindly go all the way to the left?
Also, and we dealt with this the other day, please go, Ms. Lloyd, please keep going. But for Mr. Ingram's benefit, because I don't think any of the other parties have confidential information they've provided, but the confidential information is only when it's shared on the screen, just for everyone's benefit. And you all watch more of these hearings than I do. I don't get to watch any on YouTube anymore. So that the documents themselves, when we show them in the room, are not shown online.
And so to the extent, given that it would help Ms. Schwarzel explain the Excel file that Ms. Loy's gonna pull up, I don't have any problem with it being displayed here as long as the public won't see it. Everybody in here signed a confidentiality agreement, so that, I don't think we need to go in confidential session based on that. If she's gonna,
Everybody-
I think I'm
But
gonna be
you're
brief, I
witnessing the-
promise. Yes.
but Ms. Schwarzel's,
Yeah.
will be able to know where the confidential line is and where it isn't.
Yeah, I just want to have an appreciation for the reductions that you made pursuant to the renewal or refresh. Are those consistent across the two types of meter or communications infrastructure, or communications devices? Or did you make a distinct reduction in many of these categories specific to AMI?
It's a good question. It's a great question. So the reductions that we made in here were specific to AMI. So things that would happen simply because the metering infrastructure would be renewed, and we certainly expect benefit from doing that. Those aren't reflected here.
But that's what I needed to know.
Okay.
So the last is this. You were going to replace status quo 77,000 meters over the next 3 years, approximately, correct?
Approximately, yes.
Okay. How are you all going to pay for that replacement in the ordinary course?
Operating cash flows of the business as well as financing cash flows.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I asked the wrong question. What labor were you going to use for those ordinary replacements of meters? Internal labor or external labor?
The plan is to use a contractor, external labor.
Yeah, okay. So I get the plan, because that's the RFP response that you got back. I'm asking, you all are saying you had to do 77,000 meters in the next 3 years anyways. Were you all always going to put an RFP out for replacement of the current AMR? I'm asking what the status quo would have been absent this proceeding and this request.
I think this has all evolved relatively within the last year. So I don't know that there's a long-term, years ago plan for RFP. I think that when we were targeting a 15-year cycle, that these would have come up for replacement in like 2026, 2027, 2028. And I don't know that the company in 2023 would have been contemplating RFPs that far in the future. So I think right now, we're looking at 2024. We have a significant volume of meters to replace, and RFP was issued for the labor.
Okay. The status quo would have been replacement with the same or similar type of AMR meters. Would you agree?
If,
Let me ask you a different question. Let me withdraw that. How have you all been replacing meters up to now? Internal labor or external labor?
Mr. Lewis could respond to that. I don't know.
All right, we will take a recess until, what time do you want to come back?
Your Honor,
10:45?
may I have just one or two questions on redirect, and then I think that will be it for Ms. Schwarzel? Or did you have further, I'm sorry, do you have further questions for her?
No, I don't, but I need to leave at 10:30. I just want to make sure that you don't think you'll have more than two questions that'll take 2 minutes each?
Correct. I'll be very fast.
All right, please.
Ms. Schwarzel, just one or two questions on a possible communication problem between the customer and Kentucky American's meter reader, okay? Under the AMR scenario, if there's a communication failure with an AMR communicating device, the truck comes around to read that AMR, it could be as long as 30 days in between meter reads before Kentucky American knows there's a communication problem with an AMR meter. Is that correct?
I believe that's a reasonable assessment.
In an AMI world, because of the frequency of communication between an AMI meter and Kentucky American, that does not depend on a truck roll. Kentucky American will know of a problem with that communication or the lack of communication much sooner than that 30-day AMR scenario that I presented, correct?
That information would certainly be available much sooner. My understanding is that the meters can take a read, I believe it's every 15 minutes. Mr. Hill could confirm. So the company would certainly have an opportunity to monitor the health of its meter stock much more rapidly and before problems arise.
And that would include the absence of communication. That would set off an alarm bell, for lack of a better word, as well, correct?
I don't know what the internal process would be for handling that, but again, the existence of that information, I believe, would certainly be present.
Thank you. That's all.
Anything else from Mr. Schwarzer?
No.
Okay. All right, thank you very much.
Thank
All
you.
right, we will be in recess. Just a reminder, the vice chair will be in charge when I get back, until 10:45.
Thank you. We are back on the record in case number 2023-00191. Mr. Ingram, would you like to call your next witness?
Thank you, Your Honor. Kentucky American's next witness is Dave Hill.
Mr. Hill, will you raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Have a seat, please. And would you please state your name and address for the record?
My name is David Hill. Business address is 1 Water Street, Camden, New Jersey.
Thank you, Mr. Ingram.
Mr. Hill, could you please state your job title?
My job title is Senior Director, Asset Management and Operational Systems.
Is that for the American Water Works Service Company?
It is, yes.
And you did not cause to be filed any testimony in this case, is that correct?
Yes,
But you are identified as the responsible witness or as a co-responsible witness on several of the data responses Kentucky American has filed in this case, is that right?
that is correct.
Do you have any corrections or updates to any of those data responses today?
I do not.
Mr. Hill is available for questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Counsel?
No counsel, or no questions.
For the Attorney General's office. Staff?
Just briefly, Mr. Hill, since the couple got punted to you, it's my understanding that you're the person to talk to about the negotiations with regarding the AMI meters. And the current RFP was originally selected, or the two vendors were originally selected in 2016, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Can you kind of explain as to why there hasn't been any new RFP and there's just been renegotiations since 2016, which was 7 years ago?
Yes. In 2016, we evaluated a series of meter vendors for their long-term strategic interest in American Water and the future we were heading as a company. And in 2016, we selected Badger and Neptune as what I'll call long-term strategic partners. With the metering space, the meter is just one component of the metering space. It's a vital component to our overall systems, our customer management systems, our billing systems, our exception management systems. And once a strategic partner is decided on, it's very difficult to change them out frequently because of all the integration, back office integration, systems integration that's done with these vendors to really understand how the whole system works. It's not just a meter, it's more of an overall system.
So would it be fair to say then that had you issued a new RFP, say for Kentucky American specifically, and it was a different vendor than the two that you already have across American Water, that then that would have to, with that, you have to have a whole entire new system for just Kentucky American? Does that make sense, what I'm asking?
Yeah, it would be much more challenging to, for example, include a new vendor just for Kentucky because of all the systems integration work that gets done on the IT side, on the data movement side. AMI is a data movement challenge as well as a component hardware challenge.
Okay. No further questions.
Commissioner?
I don't have any.
So, I don't think you answered this question, Mr. Hill, but I apologize if I'm re-asking something she already asked. Regarding that 2016 RFP, you were explaining that it wouldn't make sense to request different. Someone on, is that you?
My apologies.
Got it?
Should be corrected, thank you.
All right, thank you. So I understand you're saying it wouldn't make sense to seek additional vendors because it wouldn't be compatible with this system? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, American Water currently has, 500,000 AMI, meters in use. We have these two strategic partners already integrated with our billing systems, our customer management systems, our work management systems.
Badger and Neptune?
Yeah, Badger and Neptune. And so when Kentucky is looking to join the rest of the company in terms of the benefits related to AMI. This would be a very, easy way to just fold them into our already existing systems.
Okay, so you didn't seek new RFPs since the 2016 RFPs. Is the price still good 7 years later?
Is the what still
The
good?
price, the cost estimate.
Oh, yes, yeah, we're a large company with buying power, and we, negotiate, and that's why we have two vendors to keep them in line, to have some competitive pricing. Mr. O'Drain can walk through a little bit more exactly how that, those reviews go with the vendors every year. But we evaluate competitiveness and cost increases and inflationary pressures. We ask the vendors to do many different analysis, material breakdowns, et cetera. So we hold the two vendors in line in terms of price increases or anything like that. And we also keep it competitive because we have two of them.
Were the costs updated since 2016?
Oh, yeah, there's been many changes since 2016.
Well, I mean, in particular, in the response to the RFP, whatever cost they estimated for you, does that stay the same regardless of inflation 7 years?
Oh, no,
After the
yeah,
RFP, or did you update?
Yeah, prices are adjusted yearly. Yeah, so that the 2016 document was done in 2016, and that was the document for 2016 on how we made our decisions for what I called a strategic, selection back in 2016.
And what was the name of the witness who said who could go into more detail?
Mr. O'Drain?
O'Drain?
Yep.
Thank you. Yes.
In 2016, then do you meet with the vendors every year and have new pricing that just gets inserted as an addendum?
That's right.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Redirect?
Just one follow-up to Commissioner Regan's on that. So when you meet with the vendors that responded to the 2016 RFP every year, are you confident, Mr. Hill, that you're getting the best available pricing for the entire American Water footprint for all of the various types of meters and communication modules that go with those meters?
Absolutely.
That's all.
Any reason, any follow-up? No. Any reason this witness shouldn't be excused? You're excused.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Ingram, would you like to call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. Kentucky American's next witness is Shelley Porter, and Ms. Wimberly is going to present her.
Thank
That's
you.
okay?
Ms. Porter, would you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Shelley Porter, 2300 Richmond Road, Lexington, Kentucky.
And I'll go ahead and ask you to have a seat, but also to definitely speak up. If you could repeat that answer much louder, please.
Shelley Porter, 2300 Richmond Road, Lexington, Kentucky.
Much better. Thanks so much, counsel.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Porter.
Good
Would you
morning.
please state your job title for the record?
I'm the Director of Engineering.
Did you cause to be prepared and filed in this proceeding written direct testimony on June 30th of this year as well as rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
Are you the sponsor as well of certain data responses that the company filed in this proceeding?
Yes.
And do you have any updates or corrections to your testimony or those data responses?
No, I don't.
The witness is now available for cross, Your Honor.
Thank you.
No questions.
From the Attorney General's office?
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Porter.
Good morning.
The company is requesting to increase the allowed unaccounted for water loss rate from 15 to 20%. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And if the commission approves this company request, is it your understanding that it will essentially increase the revenue requirement?
I would refer questions around the revenue requirement to Jeffrey Newcomb.
What was the last name? I'm sorry.
Mr. Newcomb?
Mr. Newcomb. And you say in your rebuttal testimony that Kentucky American Water's 270 special connections are a significant contributor to the company's water loss. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And in your rebuttal testimony, you also discussed potential options to address that water loss associated with the special connections, including master metering. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And when did Kentucky American Water become aware that the 270 special connections were a significant contributor to the company's water loss?
So we suspect that it's a significant contributor. In 2022, we did an evaluation of UK, specifically UK, the Horse Park, and the Bluegrass Airport. One related to accounts, how they had them set up. They were under one premise, and we wanted to make sure we had buildings matched to premises. But while we were out there, it made sense to check all their assets because they do, with these special connections, just to clarify this, we have our system and it comes up to a valve. And then the piping past that valve, that is owned by the special connection entity. There are meters located along the buildings, so the entities are metered for their usage at the buildings, but the water that may be going through those pipelines that are lost or could be lost or leaking, and they're not being maintained by utilities, it's just leaking. We're delivering it, but it's going through their pipelines. And we did find instances of leakage during these reviews.
And I just want to make sure I understand what you said in the beginning of your response. You said, we suspect that the special connections are a significant contributor. Is that what I heard you say?
Yes.
But in your rebuttal testimony on page 2, you state the company has provided ample evidence that special connections are a significant contributor to Kentucky American's water loss, correct?
Yes. Yes, from those reviews that we conducted, and I also included a picture of the 12-inch break, and then other instances of leaks that we found during those field site reviews, it's reasonable, based on what we've seen in the field, that these systems are leaking.
And in discovery responses, the company admits that it has not implemented any formal plan to address the water loss associated with those 270 special connections. Is that correct?
No, we have created some plans for DMA vaults at the horse park, for example. And I wouldn't call this a master meter. A DMA meter, a district meter, is a little bit different. It allows you to meter at that point, but you still have the meters that the actual usage is being metered at the locations past the special connection valve. So you're able to ascertain the difference between the water that's going into that district metering area that's flowing into that piping, and then the water that's actually being used by the customer to establish what that non-revenue or the unaccounted for water may be. With master metering, it would be to put a meter at the entrance, but then the customer would be billed for both the water that would be leaking across the pipe and their usage. So you wouldn't be able to ascertain the non-revenue or the unaccounted for water. It would just equate to usage. So that customer would be paying for both water lost along the pipe and their usage.
Okay, so I want to make sure that I'm clear with your testimony today. So you're saying that Kentucky American has implemented formal plans to address those special connection water losses?
Yeah, for the horse park, for example, for that one specific, it makes sense. It's 2 points that we can establish district metering there, and we have created the plans. We are planning to put those in place before year end.
So when Mr. Lewis responded to an Attorney General's request for information and stated Kentucky American Water Company has not implemented a formal plan for addressing water loss for the 270 special connections, is that a false statement?
I believe, I would ask Mr. Lewis about that, but I think when he was referring to that, he was likely talking about like a written plan, but I would ask him.
Thank you, Ms. Porter. I have no
You're
further
welcome.
questions.
Yes, I have actually a quick follow-up for that before I get into the other ones. So, because when I read the testimony, I was under the assumption that you all had plans for just specific places like Kentucky Horse Park. So do you have plans for all of the special meters or just specific ones?
Specific ones currently, so we're looking at the ones that likely will create more value of establishing those district metering areas. It is costly. I mean, it was $125,000 was the estimate for the horse park for each district metering area. So when we look at that and the potential of the unaccounted for water being experienced by that system, we feel it makes sense to establish those district metering areas. Some of the systems, such as UK, are much more difficult. There's 21 points that we would need to establish DMA areas at minimum because of how complex their system is. And there are vaults that have a lot of piping running through them that have all different types of utilities in them. Trying to isolate their system from the rest of our system and establish what piping is theirs and ours could be much more difficult and much more costly. So we need to have the tools in our pocket for the right use to establish what is the right solution for each special connection. Some of them may be that we take them on. We've done that in the past. There's an area across from our office near Southland Church, for example. We're looking at acquiring that system. At Coldstream, for example, they came to us and we found a solution to eliminate 5,000 feet of the private piping. So each solution can look different. It depends on how complex the system is, how many customers there are, how much private line there is.
And sort of a little bit of a follow-up to that. So would there be any way to basically put a meter on the initial part with Kentucky American's lines versus the special meter, and then like charge the owner of those lines for that water loss?
So for some of the special connections, that could be the right solution. Some of them may only be serving one customer. For example, I know LFUCG has one at a golf course. That could be the solution. Put a master meter at the area where the demarcation is between our system and theirs. For others, such as the horse park, for example, we don't feel would be a good solution there because the entities that are being served along that private main are different entities, and they're not owned by the same company. It can also make it difficult if the owner of that pipe isn't one of those entities. Where do we get will they pay it too? So it just depends, but some of them may be the master meter example.
So, I just want to make sure I'm clarifying
Yeah.
what you just said for me. So, the person who owns those special connections isn't necessarily the person who's being metered for the water.
Correct. Sometimes they'll be called like shopping center agreements. You could be serving a shopping mall, or like at Southland Church, there's a lot of different businesses there. So it's not the businesses that are being served by that private pipeline aren't the ones that own the pipeline, and there could be different businesses.
Okay. Now the questions I actually had written. So your direct testimony supports Kentucky American's capital budget plan, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain how Kentucky American determines whether a capital project will be handled by in-house labor or contractors?
So our capital projects, as far as the project management of them, are handled in-house. But as for the design, we do solicit RFPs for designs of projects. Of those companies that do design have surveying capabilities. The design, we mainly do project management, and then some smaller designs such as the horse park vaults. So typically for large projects, those end up going external to our consulting firms.
Can you generally describe how the capitalization ratios are determined for any given year?
I would refer that to Jeffrey Newcomb.
For For the capital projects included in the test year, in a post-hearing data request, would you be able to provide a schedule that indicates whether the project will be completed with in-house or contract labor?
Yes.
Okay, in addition to that, will be if any project uses both, and to provide the relative portion of each of those. In a post-hearing data request, would you be able to provide a schedule that indicates the ratio of in-house to contract labor used to complete Kentucky American's capital projects for the last 10 years?
I believe so. Generally with all our IP projects, we have our budget split up in RPs and IPs. IPs are all bid externally, so it's all contractors that do that type of work. When we talk about our RP lines, so that would be our A, I have a, let's see here, it's on sheet, or page 8 of my direct testimony, that we go from line A is like main extensions, line B are main replacements, line C are unscheduled main replacements, D are relocations. Just to clarify, are you looking for every project, even IPs, RPs, or what specific projects are you looking for? Because, for example, line C, that is handled by our operations, so generally leaks are repaired by internal, but they could be if they just choose to contract out a more difficult leak externally. Just for some clarification, are you looking for every RP line or IP? Because IPs are completed externally with external contractors.
We'll be looking for all the projects in the last 10 years.
Okay.
This would be a post-hearing data request.
Okay. So we track the projects individually on IPs, we could provide that. RP lines are a little different. So we don't track them the same way as we do the IP projects.
Can you explain how you track those?
Yeah, so we do have WBSs for these projects. That would be the accounting line that would hold those dollars, but it would be very extensive to pull out what is contractor labor, who it is. We pull every single invoice under those. It's not tracked in the same manner. It just folds up under those lines. They're reoccurring projects.
Okay. Okay, no other questions?
Okay.
Commissioner?
Nothing, thanks.
Hello.
Hello.
So, as I understand it, Kentucky American is requesting to expand their QIP, Qualified Infrastructure Plant, to replace 27 to 34 miles of any type of pipe each year.
Yes, that is correct.
Currently, they get 10 to 13 miles of cast iron main.
That is
What's the reason for, it sounds like a fairly drastic increase.
Yeah, so right now we have over 250 miles of main that's past its useful life. We did an analysis. Typically, a 1% replacement rate in the industry is more common. We have over 2,300 miles of main, so if you would take 1%, that would be 23 miles. So we had a third-party review our current useful life with our data, and it came out to 1.1% to 1.4% is what is recommended to be replaced. We also have a prioritization model that can take our current maintenance activities as far as repair of leaks, but then also the data as far as the age of the main, the material type, and then it can also look at the likelihood of failure and then the consequence of failure. And those two, to just delineate between those two, consequence of failure would be breaks that could create a high impact on customers, large main breaks, that would likely be very costly, very impactful to water service being out. Likelihood of failure are those mains, which generally when we've ran the model, and Ms. Citron, who's here today, she can speak further to that, it tends to be our cast iron mains do
and galvanized, there's other materials, they rise to the level higher on or the likelihood of failure because they're likely to be leaky, but they may not have as large of an impact as far as being a big break because they're smaller mains. They're at the end of cul-de-sacs. They wouldn't impact as large number of customers, but they would be very leaky. But you need to look at both of them, both mains that are aged and are large, and when they break, such as Rosemont, when we had that break, that can be very costly to the customer base. But we also need to look at the mains that are also high likelihood of failure, that they are leaking as well. So we need to look at both of those, is what we feel. Also, we have areas that we have taken on, some other areas in our system that have pipe that is a plastic pipe that is prone to leakage in our Fort Hampton area, and it's smaller diameter, and we feel, that is also because of the actual maintenance records as far as leaks. It leans to being high on those likelihood and consequence of failure prioritization. So it all comes from our prioritization model. We feel it's in the best interest of our customers long-term to look at our prioritization model and be able to look at the pipes that are rising to the top in that model.
So you'd be replacing not just the cast iron, but potentially galvanized and plastic.
Yes.
And is that something you've realized since your last rates per set?
The prioritization model that we have today and the ability that it has to integrate with our maintenance system gives us a lot more insight. And also, as we're looking at other locations with paving being such a high cost of our main replacement, we've been partnering a lot with LFUCG and the cities to look at where they plan their projects as well, and if we can find efficiencies in areas that are planned to be paved and their pipes that are also high on the list of our prioritization model, whether or not it's a plastic pipe or a larger diameter old ductile iron pipe that's had a lot of main breaks, or a galvanized pipe, it's prudent to take advantage of those efficiencies as well, that from the paving standpoint. So we just want to make sure we can put all the different aspects together that go into making these selections, the consequence of failure, the likelihood of failure, the opportunity for efficiencies with paving. Another one that's come up is the lead and copper rule, and it tends to be that we don't feel that we have lead on the customer side in areas, but there is lead pipe on, we believe, on our side in some areas, in the older areas of town, but that also aligns with generally the piping that already needs to be replaced. So can we prioritize that to make sure we take care of those regulatory requirements of getting those lead pipes on our side of the system out of the ground as well?
So under your current plan, you're allowed to replace the cast iron ones. Would you not be permitted to routinely replace lead pipes if you find them? Or would that be like an emergency and outside of the?
The lead pipes are generally the service lines that are along the mains. So they may be along a cast iron pipe, but they could be along a ductile or an ACP pipe, for example. That's asbestos concrete. They are within our system in the older areas of town, but they're the service lines. They are not the actual mains.
And then regarding your request to change the percentage of reasonable unaccounted for water loss to 20%, you were talking about that you suspect these special connections are responsible for a lot of it. Have you been able to formulate a plan for how to go after this water loss rather than ask that we increase the percentage?
We do go after it currently, so there is a plan. Andy Lewis, Mr. Lewis could speak to that as well. We do acoustic technology. We have these, it's these listening devices you can attach to the fire hydrants that can help you pinpoint leaks. So we do leak detect. We also, with the creation of, if we had AMI, that would give us the ability to do like virtual DMAs where you could put meters in the system, and since you have those readings from AMI coming back more frequently, you can take the difference between the meter that's metering the area and then the AMI meters, and you can detect potential unaccounted for water in those areas. We also are looking at the special connections. So just to go back to the special connections, a 5 to 10 gallon per minute leak is a very small leak. If you look at the 90 miles of main and 270 connections, we've seen that when we've been in the field. And you wouldn't notice a leak of that size. So 99% of our special connections are 6 inches or above. 95% of them are 8 inches. So at a system pressure of 75 PSI, which is our normal system pressure in Lexington, it would take about 2,000 gallons per minute on an 8-inch, a leak of 2,000 gallons per minute, to notice it to go from 75 PSI to 40 PSI, where a customer would notice. So 5 to 10 gallons per minute is not a large leak at all. It is a very conservative estimate, and when you consider that these pipes are not maintained by a utility, and we have done field work and seen these leaks, and at the time, we work with those entities, and they do have a plan to fix them and take care of them, but we continually have to make these field visits. It makes sense to try to have a plan to look at either the DMA piece or a master meter in those instances. So we're looking at the high-value ones right now with the Horse Park, Bluegrass Airport, really focused on UK. That's our plan right now, and to work through those along with some of the low-hanging fruit that may be just the one customer that would be easy to put the master meter there. But we want to be able to do that and it be clear that we are covering those costs. So different with a fire service, if a fire service is leaking through and it's not for the use of fires, that customer, we send them a letter. If they don't fix it, then we have the ability to master meter and they're supposed to pay for that. With this, we have to establish that the leaking is happening first. And also, the customers have benefited through these entities. They made these investments initially. They've been paying bills this whole time, contributing to the revenue of the company. The customers didn't make that initial outlay of capital. So in order to fix them, it makes sense for us to put those DMA meter vaults in, but we want to be prudent with that capital, that we make good decisions on which ones we look at first to take care of those.
So Kentucky American Water is one of our larger, better funded, more sophisticated water companies in the state. And we generally hold people to 15%. Why would it be harder for Kentucky American Water to meet that standard, and why should you get a deviation from that?
Well, with the DMAs, because we are more complex, a larger system, we have 270 of these DMA areas. So with that 90 miles of private main not being maintained by the utility, I don't believe that other utilities have this same instance that we have. So in estimation, just using that 5 to 10 gallons per minute, that conservative estimate across these 270 special connections, that could be anywhere from 18 to, I believe it was 36%, subject to check. I'd have to look at that. That could be contributing to our non-revenue, our unaccounted for water. It's something we definitely want to address.
Any follow-ups?
No. I was thinking of something different, no.
Council redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
Any reason why this witness shouldn't be excused? No. Okay. You're excused.
Thank you.
And Ms. Wimberly, will you be presenting the next one?
I will not. We're going to swap out again.
Okay.
Kentucky American's next witness, Your Honor, is Krista Citron.
Okay. Ms. Citron, would you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Okay. Be seated, please. And please state your name and address nice and loud for the record.
I'm Krista Citron. My business address is 2300 Richmond Road, Lexington, Kentucky, 40502.
Okay, Counsel, you may ask.
Ms. Citron, would you please state your job title?
I'm the Senior Project Engineer for Kentucky American Water.
And in that capacity, did you cause direct testimony and rebuttal testimony to be filed in this matter?
I did.
Did you also, were you also the identified witness or co-witness on several of the data responses that have been filed in this matter?
I was.
Do you have any corrections or updates to either piece of your testimony or to any of those data responses?
No.
Ms. Citron is available for questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Counsel?
Thank you. Ms. Citron, good morning.
Good morning.
The Qualified Infrastructure Program was approved by the Commission in Kentucky American's 2018 rate case, correct?
Yes.
When did Kentucky American first start implementing the QIP?
Sure. The actual first QIP year construction period started July 1st, 2020. Leading up to that, though, we did have to select the first year's worth of projects and get the designs done and bid out the contract. So there was some work in the months leading up to that.
Okay. And one of the reasons that Kentucky American has sought the QIP is because it's the company's position that it would help with water loss in the system. Is that fair?
One of, yes.
Okay. And if I can, I'm going to share my screen and attempt to show what is the response to PSC 2-79. And this table shows non-revenue water for rolling averages since 2012. Is that your understanding?
Yes, that's what it looks like.
And you'd agree with me that this table, I mean, if you go back to pre-QIP, before, I think you said July of 2020, if you look at 2019, a lot of those numbers are in the 20%, lower 20%, is that fair?
Yes.
And if you go back a few years before, let's say 2017, most of those are in the 16 to 17% range, correct?
Sure.
But post-July of 2020, all the percentages for non-revenue water exceed 20%. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that since starting the QIP in July of 2020, Kentucky American has not seen significant improvement in non-revenue water?
I wouldn't characterize it quite that way. So the goals of the QIP, really the primary point is that we have a lot of aging infrastructure that is at or beyond its useful life. And when you see those pipes begin to age, they start to break more frequently. So where we're sitting today, we have a lot of water mains that are beyond their useful life. They're continuing to break, and each year that goes on, we see more and more of them reach that age. So these numbers don't necessarily surprise me. It will take several years of repeated infrastructure renewal and replacement to see those numbers start to drive down. Mr. Lewis, I think, is going to talk about that more in detail, but what we have seen is that the actual rate of increase of that non-revenue number is starting to slow.
And you've sponsored testimony and data responses supporting Kentucky American's proposal to increase the number of miles of main that it would replace through QIP from 10 to 13 miles as the current policy up to 27 to 34 miles, correct?
That's correct.
How long have you been with the company?
I began there in March of 2017.
Okay. Are you aware that in case number 2021-090, the commission issued an order related to QIP and specifically addressed the main replacement schedule of 10 to 13 miles and went on to say, quote, any future deviations from the QIP approved by the commission, such as an accelerated replacement cycle, will be looked upon with extreme disfavor?
I'm aware of that proceeding, and I believe what they were actually referring to was our QIP applications coming in outside of that 10 to 13 range. I don't believe it applied to instances like this where we're requesting another look at it.
Thank you. No further questions.
Ms. Good?
Thank you. Just a handful of questions. So I want to follow up on the Vice Chair's questions as well as Attorney Osterloh's questions about this expansion of QIP. And the expansion of QUIP is proposed to begin in 2025, is that correct?
Yes.
And is it accurate that the forecasted annual cost associated with the expansion of QUIP from 2025 through 2028 would be approximately $177 million?
I believe that was right.
Do you want me to give you a reference or?
That would be
subject
great.
to check? Does that sound
Yes.
about right?
Yes, please.
And is it also accurate that the annual QUIP rate for the average residential customer will increase to 14.95% by 2028?
I would have to check as well.
The response, you actually co-sponsored it, I believe. It's Kentucky American Water's response to the Attorney General's second request, item 20, attachment 1.
If that was co-sponsored with Mr. Newcomb, he would be the more appropriate witness for that one.
Okay, but you did co-sponsor that response, correct?
What was the number again? 21?
20. The second request, number 20.
Yes, I did.
And do you have that attachment?
Yes, it's on the screen.
Do you see the highlighted portion where it says annual QUIP rate for average residential customer?
Yes.
And then do you see in 2028, it says 14.95%?
Yes.
So you do confirm that that is what the response states?
Yes.
And is Kentucky American Water concerned with how its customers will be able to afford not only the pending rate increase, but also this increased QUIP charge?
Mr. Wright addresses a lot of the affordability studies that were part of this case. In general, though, for the QIP, the benefit to our customers is that planned and scheduled main replacements are generally much more cost-effective compared to responding to main breaks or allowing the pipes to just remain in the ground and continue to age.
Can you please refer to your rebuttal testimony, page 3, lines 10 through 13, and let me know when you're there?
Yes.
Can you please read that sentence into the record?
You said line 3?
Line 10 is page 3, line 10
Yes.
through 13.
Furthermore, in case number 2018-00358, when the QIP was approved, the commission noted that there was substantial evidence regarding the need for QIP and that the commission finds it reasonable to approve an alternative cost recovery based on smaller, more gradual rate increases.
Do you consider flowing $177 million of expense through the QUIP between 2025 and 2028 as a small or gradual rate increase?
So the difference with the QIP is it is a alternate recovery mechanism. Instead of waiting until the next rate case to come in with these investments, they're done on an annual basis with our QIP filings and revenues. So our customers are seeing those additions a couple % at a time over several years instead of waiting for the next rate case.
I appreciate that. I don't think you exactly answered my question, though. Do you consider the $177 million between 2025 and 2028 through the QUIP, just exclusively through the QUIP, as small or gradual?
I mean, I guess it depends what you're comparing it to. That number would be spread across our customer base.
Do you consider the company's proposal for the QUIP rate to increase on average for the average residential customer to 14.95% by 2028 as a small or gradual rate increase?
I believe it's fairly small compared to the cost of waiting for the pipes to break and have to repair them as that happens.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Steph. No question. Commissioner?
Based on your knowledge, just to follow up on her questions, do you consider $177 million a large increase?
Well, I mean, again, we're looking at a cost over 3 years. As I mentioned in my testimony, we have over 2,000 miles of pipes in our system. Almost 250 miles of them today are older than they were ever planned to be in service. So
allowing those investments to continue to remain in the ground and continue to deteriorate is really not, I think, prudent for our customers. It's also not feasible to replace all of those in 1 year. So trying to spread that out is really the best way that we can approach that.
And do you think the increase to customers is a small increase or large?
I believe it's relatively small.
Thank you.
I'll ask maybe a variation of the same question that I asked the previous witness. It does seem that Kentucky American, given the resources and the size of the company, would be equipped to handle the 15% unaccounted for water loss. Why do you think that a deviation would be warranted for this company in particular?
That's really a better question for Mr. Lewis and Ms. Porter, but as Ms. Porter mentioned, we do have a much larger and a much more complex system than many of our counterparts in the state, so I would expect just mathematically for us to be seeing more of that number.
And I understand quantity, but not percentage. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like number of breaks, yeah, you have more customers, but the percentage is, why would you be less able to handle on a percentage basis unaccounted for water loss than some of these very tiny, not very well-funded companies?
There's a lot of pieces that go into the unaccounted for water number. One of them is the aging infrastructure, which is what the QIP is aiming to address, removing the pipes that are already leaking, that are prone to breaking, eliminating those sort of just across the system leakages that we may not always see. If they're not dramatic, the water may not rise to the surface. It may just be kind of leaching into the ground in little pinhole leaks, but again, across the width of our system, it can be a pretty considerable number. Ms. Porter also testified about the special connections, the areas that we don't actually operate or maintain. And then Mr. Lewis can talk about some of the other efforts they've done in terms of, the meter replacements and calibrating valves. So there's a lot. And again, I would say that it really comes down to the scale of our system compared to the scale of other systems.
Counsel?
I do have a few questions on redirect, Your Honor. And this relates to the QIP program, Ms. Citron. I know this predates your employment with Kentucky American, but is it your understanding that Kentucky American filed a rate case in 2007, 2008, 2010, 2012, 2015, and 2018?
Yes.
The interval between those rate case filings that I just mentioned, those are much shorter intervals than the interval between its 2018 rate case and its current 2023 rate case, right? 5 years.
Yes, correct.
Is it your opinion that part of the reason Kentucky American was able to stay out of a rate case for a 5-year period was the commission's approval of the QIP program?
It's my understanding that was part of it, yes.
You've gotten some questions about the dollar amount of pipe replacements that Kentucky American seeks to achieve over the next few years, the $177 million number. You remember those questions, Ms. Citron?
Yes.
If Kentucky American were to replace that same amount of pipe without the QIP mechanism, is it your belief that all else being equal, Kentucky American would be at this commission with more frequent rate cases than would otherwise be the case if QIP remains intact or is in fact expanded?
That's my understanding.
So, in your mind, is there a question of whether it is necessary to replace the pipe that goes along with that $177 million worth of expense?
Absolutely not. Those pipes, like we said, are more prone to failure. They're past their aging life. The QIP currently, we're replacing about 0.5% of our system. The expansion we've requested only changes that number to 1% of our system per year, so it is relatively small.
So if the need to replace the pipe is there, and Kentucky American is going to replace that pipe, then the only remaining question is how to recover the cost of that pipe, whether it be through QIP, an expanded QIP, or more frequent base rate cases. Is that right?
Yes.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Any reason why this witness couldn't be excused?
No.
Excuse me.
Thank you.
I think we may have time for another before lunch. Mr. Ingram?
Yes, Your Honor. Our next witness is Mr. Andy Lewis, and Ms. Braun is going to present him.
Mr. Lewis, would you raise your right hand, please? You swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated. And could you please tell us your name and address for the record, nice and loud?
My name's William Lewis. My address is 2300 Richmond Road.
Thank you, Ms. Braun.
Good morning, Mr. Lewis.
Good morning.
Can you please state your job title?
I'm the Vice President of Operations for Kentucky American Water.
Okay. And did you cause to be filed direct testimony in this case?
I did.
Did you also cause to be filed rebuttal testimony?
I did.
And were you also the witness to certain data responses in this proceeding?
I was.
Do you have any corrections or updates to your testimony or those data responses?
I do not.
The witness is available for cross-examination.
Counsel?
Thank you. Mr. Lewis, how long have you been with Kentucky American?
I started in October of 2022.
And I'm just scrolling through your testimony very quickly. Your prior work experience in the water industry, it looks like was involved in the military, is that correct?
No, so I've been employed with American Water since 2006. Prior to that, I was employed in public water sector.
Okay, I see. So what other geographical locations have you worked in the water industry?
So I have worked in the greater Cincinnati, Ohio area, greater Kansas City area, and then through my employment with our military services group, I had direct operational and capital responsibility for operations across quite a bit of the central part of the country and East Coast.
Are you familiar with any the difference in operational challenges between operating a system like Kentucky American that's primarily in central Kentucky, rolling hills, as compared to a more mountainous area in eastern Kentucky?
I mean, obviously, pressure gradients would be a bigger challenge in, where there's greater variances in topography.
So when you mentioned pressure changes, gradient pressure, is that in eastern Kentucky where there might be more mountainous terrain, the water utilities have to maintain a higher pressure in order to get it up the mountain, if you will?
I would agree, correct.
Thank you, that's all the questions I have.
Thank you. Ms. Gubb?
Just a couple. Mr. Lewis, were you in the room when I asked Ms. Porter whether Kentucky American Water had implemented a formal plan to address the water loss of the 270 special connections?
I was.
And can you reconcile Ms. Porter's response with your response to the Attorney General's second request for information, in which you stated that the company has not implemented a formal plan to address the water loss of those 270 special customers?
I can. So as Witness Porter testified, we, as Kentucky American Water, back in, I believe, 2021, 2022 timeframe, specifically evaluated the University of Kentucky campus, the Bluegrass Airport, and the Kentucky Horse Park. Those are the three largest special connections in our inventory of the 270 that we've identified in my testimony. So my statement in terms of we don't have a formal plan in place, it's not to mean that we aren't doing anything, but as I've testified, and I believe Witness Porter testified, what we found through our investigations at the horse park, the airport, and UK is that there are a lot of unique situations throughout all of these special connections. Some special connections, in the case of UK, might have 21 separate, distinct interconnections with the Kentucky American Water Distribution System. The Horse Park has 2 that I'm aware of. Some of our special connections may have 1. There are unique situations on those properties which, impact unaccounted for water, the probability for leaks, the ability for leaks to be found, et cetera. So we believe through the review of our 3 largest special connection customer premises, that we've identified most of the types of scenarios that we would potentially run into. So from that perspective, we have a good sense of what we're facing with the other 267 special connections. What I meant by not having a formal plan is that I do not at this point have a very specific plan that says, for these 10 special connections of the 267 remaining, this is exactly what we're going to do. That is going to require more planning, potentially more engineering, investigation on our part, and assessment even through our internal resources, to be able to identify very specific plans for each of those connections. And I believe in my testimony, we did note that we view all of those 270 special connections almost as 270 individual unique projects that would need to be planned, evaluated, and executed.
And just to be clear, you stand by your response to the AG second request, item 21, when you stated that Kentucky American has not implemented a formal plan to address those special connection water loss. Is that correct?
Again, in support of what I just stated, we have a sense of the type of scenarios we're going to face that we learned through the 3 large connections that we evaluated. But as of the date of this hearing, we do not have a formal plan on exactly how we're going to address the other 270 connections because they're all unique.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. I have no further questions.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Lewis, I'm going to refer to your direct testimony at page 21. You want to flip to that just so you know what I'm talking about. Got it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And here you state that Kentucky American's O&M expenses have increased annually below the rate of inflation. However, Kentucky American is proposes to forecast its O&M expenses based on applying inflation factors. Can you explain why a historical inflation factor is appropriate when Kentucky American's expenses are increasing below the rate of inflation?
I would direct questions related to inflation to Mr. Watkins or Mr. Newcomb.
If you can, speak up just a little bit, because I'm a little further away.
Sure, so I'll speak up. Sorry about that. Can you hear me well now?
Yes.
Okay, I would direct, if you don't mind, questions due to inflation to Mr. Newcomb or Mr. Watkins.
Okay. And then, and I don't think you probably need to flip to this one, but you can if you want, your rebuttal testimony on pages 10 to 11. I'm really getting ready to ask for post-data hearing requests, so. Would you be able to provide the number of vacant positions as of January 31st for the past 10 years in a post-hearing data request?
I believe we could.
Okay. And then also in a post-hearing data request, would you be able to provide an update on the status of the 6 vacant positions? And then also explain whether any other positions have become vacant since November the 8th?
We would be able to do that, yes.
Okay. And then one other question that was directed towards you regarding the RFP for installation of labor, or installation labor. What is the status of that RFP currently?
So we have selected, and this is maybe a bit unique, but we've selected 2 vendors as our most probable awardees of that contract. We felt based off the size of the project and the scheduling of that project, we wanted to make sure that we had multiple vendors involved in that activity. And I would also state as well that We may also leverage internal resources for some of that activity as well, when and where appropriate.
And I believe we've already made this request, but we will be requesting a copy of that RFP and a post-hearing data request.
Okay.
That's all the questions I have for Mr. Lewis.
Commissioner? And I don't have any questions either. Do you have redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Any reason why this witness shouldn't be excused? Yes? Oh, but, okay.
I remember him asking us.
Do you mind sticking around till after lunch, just in case the chairman has questions?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't think he anticipated us getting through this many witnesses.
Okay, yes, ma'am, I'll be here.
Just in case, if you don't mind sticking around, he'll be back right
Yes,
after
ma'am.
lunch. Yeah, okay. Now, Ms. Braun, will you be calling the next witness? You may be, step down, sir, but not quite excused yet.
Yes,
You have the next one?
Yes.
Do you think we would have time? We got about 15 minutes or so? Or-
likely so, depending on the scope of questions from council. But we're happy to go ahead and call our next witness. Kentucky American's next witness is Charles Wright.
Okay, Mr. Wright. Mr. Wright, would you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Okay, you may be seated. Counsel, you may ask.
Good morning, I think it's still morning.
Morning.
Can you please state your business title?
My title is Senior Director, Regulated Pricing and Affordability for American Water Works Service Company.
Thank you. And did you file direct testimony in this case?
I did.
And did you also file rebuttal testimony?
I did.
And were you also the witness for certain data responses?
I am.
And did you also adopt the direct testimony and data responses of witness Wesley Sellinger related to cost of service?
Yes, I did.
And do you have any additions or corrections to your testimony or your responses?
No.
Thank you. The witness is available for cross-examination.
Mr. Osterloh?
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Wright.
Good morning.
Kentucky American is proposing a $20 monthly meter charge for a 5/8 inch meter. Is that correct?
In this case, yes.
And the vast majority of residential customers would be served by a 5/8 inch meter. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you'll agree with me that the cost of service study that has been submitted in this case does not justify a $20 monthly meter charge for that 5/8 inch meter. Is that correct?
I believe the calculation of a 5/8 inch meter charge in the company's filed cost of service study is $18.
And that number, that $18, could be adjusted if the underlying information is adjusted. Is that fair?
What exactly do you mean by
Sure.
underlying information?
So that $18 is based on the meter expenses divided by the number of customers on that meter generally, correct?
Yes.
On a very high level.
So if the revenue requirement were to change, that calculation would change.
And so if the revenue requirement were to come down, potentially, or most likely, that flat rate would also come down, correct?
If the revenue requirement was reduced, then that calculated rate would be reduced also.
And Kentucky American has a minimum monthly charge currently and proposed for each one of the various meter sizes, correct?
Yes.
And you'll agree with me that the proposed rate increase, or the proposed rate in this case, for each one of those individual meters is higher than what the cost of service would show.
I would have to check, but I believe that's probably true, yes.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Okay, and Ms. Gov?
Yes, thank you, Vice Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Ray.
Good morning.
The company is proposing a universal affordability tariff, is that correct?
Yes.
Can you please turn to your testimony, page 20, and let me know when you're there?
Okay.
Can you please read lines 14 through 18 into the record?
Sure. The The company's proposed universal affordability tariff for water service includes multiple tiers of discounts based on different levels of household income stated as multiples of federal poverty level, or FPL. The tariff offers discounts on both the basic 5/8" meter charge and the volumetric charges for water service. The company's proposed discount schedule is as follows, and then it goes on to a table on page 21.
Thank you, Mr. Ray. So the discounts on the meter and volumetric charge that you were just discussing, that is proposed to be provided to a certain specific set of customers. Any losses that Kentucky American sustains from those discounts, that will be paid by the rest of the company's customers, correct?
Well, there's a certain level of discounts that are assumed that are sort of built into base rates, and I believe that assumption is a 10% participation rate. So any changes in participation above or below that assumed level would either be, there is no true-up mechanism for that. So if discounts and participation is less than what is assumed, then that results in more revenue, and there isn't any proposal to immediately provide that back. The same is true on the other side. If participation is higher than that level, then that is just lost revenue.
Would Kentucky American ask for that lost revenue in its next rate case under this proposal of the universal affordability tariff?
You would need to ask Mr. Newcomb that question.
And does Kentucky American Water shareholders plan on contributing to the loss of revenue that would be associated with these discounts as proposed under the universal affordability tariff?
The company does contribute to assistance programs for low-income customers in Kentucky, but there is nothing like that proposed in this particular proposed tariff.
Can you please turn to page 21 of your testimony?
Yes.
And specifically, table 7 is what I want to look at quickly.
Yes.
So according to table 7, I want to make sure I understand this correctly. If a one-person household makes $14,580 or less, then they would qualify for some type of assistance under the proposed universal affordability tariff. Is that correct?
They would be eligible for a discount, yes.
But if a one-person household makes $14,581, then according to this table, it appears they would not qualify for any discounts under the universal affordability tariff. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Based upon this example that we just discussed, do you believe that's a reasonable outcome?
Well, no matter what eligibility requirements you set for a tariff like this, anybody that falls just barely outside the eligibility requirements and is not eligible, I think the result is unavoidable. Unless you're willing, unless you're going to offer discounts to everyone. There will always be some cutoff at which point there are some group of customers that just barely miss out. I don't think that's an unreasonable result, though.
Okay, that was my question. So you say it's unavoidable, but then as to whether it's a reasonable outcome, you think it's not unreasonable?
I believe it's not an unreasonable outcome.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Staff? Yes, and Mr. Ray, this kind of, my first question kind of follows up with what Ms. Goode was saying. So Kentucky American does not plan on making any contributions to this universal affordability tariff, correct?
Kentucky American is not proposing any contributions to this particular discount tariff.
Okay, in your direct testimony, kind of throughout, you have numerous charts where you're looking at water consumption patterns for residential customers.
Yes.
Were those charts based solely on Kentucky American's customers, or were they based on customers from other states, or a mix?
They are based on samples of customers for whom we have AMI data whose monthly consumption looks just like Kentucky American Water customers. But the AMI data does not come from Kentucky American Water customers, it comes from elsewhere.
So it's a sample population from various American Water affiliates?
Specifically in this case, this data comes from St. Louis County, Missouri. Missouri American has approximately 350,000 customers in St. Louis County, virtually all of which have AMI meters and we collect AMI data from.
Okay, so but just from that particular county?
In this case, the data comes from that geographic location, yes.
Okay, and then also talking about one of the charts in particular, on your direct testimony on page 29, where you're comparing analyzing the usage patterns for residential customers and how it correlates with household incomes. And it's my understanding, if I'm understanding your testimony correctly, that you just looked at the median household income for a particular community or zip code, not individual incomes?
What we've done in table 10 here, and generally described on page 29, is that we've tried to separate out communities with higher median household incomes and communities with lower median household incomes and look at the monthly consumption pattern for each of those different groups of communities. So they're segregated by median household income, but we're looking at total consumption in those communities, which would encompass all of the customers that are in those communities.
And did you take into any other factors other than the income and the usage that could have played a role in that?
For this particular analysis, no, we did not.
That's all the questions I have.
Hello. Sorry, Commissioner.
Just to follow up on that, so you only looked at the income, but you didn't look at the topography to see if they were similarly situated?
Did you say topography?
Topography.
I'm having trouble hearing the question.
When
I'm
you
sorry.
looked at the Missouri AMI data,
Yes.
you looked at income and
We-
similarly situated customers, correct?
We looked at customers in St. Louis County whose usage characteristics were similar to the usage characteristics for customers in Kentucky American Service Territory that we were interested in. But we did not try to compare incomes to incomes or any other sort of demographics,
Just the usage?
just usage.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. A, are you familiar with this commission's 2004 order that denied Kentucky American Water's previous proposed low-income discount program? And I'm not going to ask you specifics necessarily about that order, just wanted to ask you if you know what might be different about the current proposal from the previous one that was denied.
Well, the difference between what we're proposing here and what the commission may have seen in previous cases from Kentucky American is a demonstration that a lower rate for lower income customers is not unreasonable and is not, I don't recall the language in the legislation exactly, but it is not unduly discriminatory. It is not a unreasonable advantage for lower income customers to have a lower rate than the population as a whole.
And what was different about the previous proposals then to the current?
I think the previous proposal was, I think I actually have testimony to this effect. The previous proposal that you're speaking of would have provided a 25% discount to the meter charge. It did not provide any discounts on the volumetric charge, and it also applied only to 100% federal poverty level income and below. So I would say that it was that our proposal in this case is more extensive than the proposal that this commission would have seen in 2004.
So as I understand it, you're expecting about a 10% participation rate
That is our assumption, yes.
and a cost of about $116,000?
In total discounts, yes.
Okay. How does that compare, like, I understand you have $163,000 or so left over from the H2O program. Is that not something that could just be applied to pay for this?
Is that something that what?
Could just be applied? I mean, that's more money that you have left over in the H2O program than the cost impact of the $116,000. Could you just apply that?
This, I believe this discount would be worth more or have more dollars associated with it than what's in the H2O program?
What is the H2O program?
What's the contribution level?
No, just what is it? Could you describe that H2O program?
The H2O program is basically a grant program where customers ask for assistance and they are essentially given a block grant to help with payment for water service. It is not a discount tariff. They don't get a lower bill, but they get assistance, financial assistance in the form of a grant that would help them pay bills.
And you currently have about $163,000 balance in that grant program that's not been divvied out?
That's my understanding, yes.
Are individuals given one grant yearly, or do you know how that?
You would have to ask Mr. Newcomb.
Okay.
That's a little more detail than I'm familiar with.
What was the last name?
Newcomb.
Council, do you have redirect?
Just one question. Could you turn to page 19 of your direct testimony, Mr. Ray?
Yes.
And if you look at page 19, there's a question, this starts on line 10. This is, what reasons did the commission give at that time? And it's referring to the 2004 proceeding that Commissioner Hatton had referenced for rejecting the company's proposed low-income discount program. And if you look at the first bullet point in your answer, which is on line 15, you indicate that the proponents of the proposed discount, there was no convincing empirical data to demonstrate that Kentucky American's cost of providing water service to residential customers whose annual income is equal to or less than the poverty level significantly differs from those whose annual income is greater than the national poverty level. Can you describe the empirical evidence that you have provided in this case that goes to this concern in the Commission's 2004 order?
Sure. What the data shows a couple of things. The data shows that it is, from a cost of service perspective, based on well-established cost of service principles, that usage that is flat from month to month is cheaper to serve than usage that is seasonal or more peaky during the summertime. It's the same concept that you might see in an electric utility with summer rates versus winter rates. So the data shows that usage that is basic water service that's flat from month to month is cheaper to serve from a cost of service perspective than seasonal water use. The data also shows that higher income communities tend to have more seasonal water use than lower income communities have. So there is a definite difference in consumption patterns between customers that are higher income customers and customers that are lower income customers. And if both of those things are true, and we believe that both of those things are true, the conclusion is that lower income customers generally are cheaper to serve from a cost of service perspective than higher income customers. And that is the basis for saying that a lower rate that could apply to lower income customers is not unduly discriminatory.
I have no further questions.
Okay. I'm also going to ask you to stick around until after lunch, if that's okay, just because I'm not sure if the chairman would have follow-up questions. I want to give him that opportunity.
Of course.
I'll Okay, and with that, we will break for lunch, and I'll see everyone back at about 5 after. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I hope everyone had a good lunch. We are back on the record in case number 2023-00191. And counsel, are you ready to call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. Kentucky American calls Mr. Nick Furia.
Mr. Fury, could you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. And please have a seat. And would you please state your full name and address nice and loud?
Full name is Nicholas Fury, but Nick is okay.
Okay. And your address?
I'm sorry.
And your address?
Oh, I'm sorry. Home address?
Usually business, but
Oh, okay.
whatever you want to
1
give is
Water
okay.
Street, Camden, New Jersey.
All right. Thank you. And if you could just speak toward that microphone. It's real hard to hear you with the plastic. All right. Counsel, you may ask.
Good afternoon, Mr. Furia. Could you
afternoon.
please state your job title for the record?
I'm the Assistant Treasurer for American Water.
Did you cause to be prepared and filed in this proceeding direct testimony and rebuttal testimony?
I did.
Are you also the sponsor of certain data responses that Kentucky American provided in this proceeding?
I am.
Do you have any corrections or updates to your testimony or data responses?
No, I do not.
The witness is now available for cross, Your Honor.
No questions, Your Honor.
No
Okay.
questions.
Okay. Staff?
Yes. Excuse me, Mr. Furia. Will you refer to your response on staff's second request for information, item 41?
I'm sorry, it's a little hard to hear you. Was it 41?
Staff's second request, item 41.
Okay.
Do you see where Kentucky American has had approximately $120 million of equity infusion since its last rate case?
Yes.
Can you explain if Kentucky American goes to the private placement market to issue equity or if they offer it in public offerings?
Equity infusions that Kentucky.
Okay, I'm gonna need you to speak up some too, so it's,
Equity infusions that Kentucky American gets are direct from its parent, American Water.
in your direct testimony on page 5, if you want to flip to that.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, I'm there.
Okay. You stated that the company's requested capital structure also reflects 2 equity infusions totaling $20.5 million through the forecasted test year ending January 31st, 2025. You see what I'm talking about?
Yes.
In the base period update, Exhibit 37J, I don't know if you want to flip to that or not.
Okay.
Okay, I'm looking at page 4 of 10.
Sorry, I lost the page. Sorry, the schedule again?
It's Schedule J. Page 4 of 10.
When they look at your screen.
There's not a schedule 410 on there. Okay.
Do you see that as of September of 2023, it has the total common equity of $287 million?
Yes.
And then on page 3 of 10 of that same schedule, do you see that as of January 31st, 2025, the total common equity is approximately $323 million?
You do.
The difference between these amounts is approximately $36 million. Can you explain why there is a common equity difference between the 20.5 million in your testimony and the 36 million difference as of January 31st, 2025?
I can, we're looking at between September and, this is the updated, so you're asking what to explain the difference in the common equity between September 30th, 2023, based on actuals and then projected through January 31st, 2025?
Correct.
There, in addition to the $20 million of equity infusions that we discussed before, there is to be $15 million of retained earnings activity for the period.
Okay. And can you refer, and this may end up getting pushed to somebody else, but we'll see if it's for you or not. Refer to Kentucky American's response to the staff's third request, item 18.
Okay.
Can you explain any prerequisites of employees to participate in the American Water Employee Stock Purchase Program?
I'm not familiar with the prerequisites for that program.
Do you know who would be?
I would refer to Witness Newcomb for that.
Okay. Then that's all the questions I have. Commissioner?
I don't. Good afternoon.
Hello.
Have you seen the Attorney General's office request for adjusting the common equity from 52.45% down to 50%?
I did read his testimony where he
Yeah.
recommended that.
Could you address that? And why we wouldn't want to do that?
Yeah, I think as I described in my rebuttal testimony, his basis, other than stating some historical data of where Kentucky American might have been capitalized at, ignores some significant items. Most notably, it's not the way the company is currently capitalized. It ignores the debt and equity infusions and retained earnings activity that will happen from even today through the forecast period. Kentucky American Water needs to make vital replacements to its systems and upgrades to keep providing clean and safe water. And to do that, it needs additional capital infusions, debt and/or equity. And I think that the capital structure should be based off of how the company is actually financed.
Okay. That's all the questions I have. Any follow-ups? Redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
Okay. You may, I don't know if you could wait another hour or so, just until the chairman gets back before we actually excuse you, I'd really appreciate that.
Surely, thank you.
Your Honor, we are going to go a little bit out of order, if that's all right, from the witness list that we filed with the commission. We've discussed this with counsel, but our 5 external witnesses, we're planning to come in on Tuesday to save ratepayer expense. So
We've gone fast today.
We have, Your Honor.
We have, unless there's objection.
No objection.
So please call your next witness.
Great. Thank you, Your Honor. The company next calls Tom O'Drain.
Mr. O'Drain, would you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Okay, please be seated. And if you would, please tell us your name and address.
Sure. Thomas O'Drain, address is 1 Water Street, Camden, New Jersey, 08102.
Thank you, counsel.
Good afternoon, Mr. O'Drain. Would you please state your job title for the record?
Sure. I'm the Director for National Categories and Corporate Procurement for a service company.
And did you cause to be prepared and filed in this proceeding direct and rebuttal testimony?
Direct testimony, yes.
Are you also the sponsor of certain data requests that were answered by the company in this proceeding?
There was one, yes.
Do you adopt your pre-filed testimony today, or do you have any corrections to your testimony and data responses?
No corrections.
Okay, thank you. The witness is available for cross-examination.
No questions.
No questions.
One moment, question.
Vice Chairman, staff does not have questions for this witness.
Okay, Commissioner? And I don't either. Any reader? All right. And if you could, please just stick around for like an hour or so.
Of course.
I
Thank you.
appreciate that, and then we'll take back up excusing witnesses at that time. Okay? You may sit down.
Kentucky American next calls Mr. John Watkins.
Mr. Watkins, you've already raised your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated. And would you please lean toward the microphone and tell us your name and address?
My name is John Watkins, and my business address is 1 Water Street, Camden, New Jersey.
Counsel.
Mr. Watkins, would you state your job title for the record, please?
Yes, my job title is Senior Director of Regulatory Services.
Did you cause to be prepared and filed in this proceeding direct and rebuttal testimony?
I did.
And did you also adopt certain portions of the written direct testimony of Wesley Selinger?
Yes, I did.
Are you the sponsor of certain data responses in this case and also adopted some of the responses of Mr. Selinger?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections or updates to your testimony or data responses?
No, I do not.
Mr. Watkins is now available for cross, Your Honor.
Mr. Osterloh.
I do not have any questions for Mr. Watkins. Thank you.
I have a few, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Watkins.
Good afternoon.
Is it your understanding that the Attorney General and Lexington Fayette Urban County Government's witness, Mr. Greg Meyer, recommends in his testimony to remove expenses associated with the company's current employee vacancies?
Yes, I do understand that.
And in discovery responses to the Attorney General's office, you stated that 7 positions were vacant at that time. Is that correct?
Yes, at one point in time, there were 7.
And is it also correct that 2 of those 7 positions were designated as position is under review?
Mr. Lewis would have been better to talk about the details of each of one of the positions.
Okay, I can refer you to, I have in my notes that you sponsored the response. It is Kentucky American Water's response to the AG's second request for information, item 10, and it's the attachment to item 10, page 2 of 2.
The original 10 or the supplemental 10?
I believe it was the original 10, is what I was looking at.
Yes, I did sponsor that, and the information came from Mr. Lewis.
Okay, and so can you look at that chart? I know there's some confidential information there that's redacted, but I'm not asking questions on that. It's under the estimated hiring timeline. Do you see the last two positions? Can you read what it says there?
The last two say position is under review. I can state that as of today, the GIS analyst, I believe it was, the title was changed, the pay grade and the pay is still the same. That position has been filled with the employee starting in mid-January, I believe.
Okay, that was actually my next question. So is out of the 7 positions that you filed back in September in this discovery response, is that GIS analyst position the only one that you're aware of that has been filled?
No, the senior manager of business development started today.
You said started today.
Yes.
And I'm sorry, the GIS analyst, when is that supposed to, the employee supposed to start?
I believe it's mid-January.
The Attorney General's office will issue a post-hearing request for information, just getting all of this clarified for the record, asking about each of those 7 designated positions, whether they've been filled, if any offers have been made, or any offers accepted, as well as just getting an update. I think it may be similar to what the staff is going to ask, but it might have a couple of different issues in the question, but asking just for an update since that September filing, if any additional vacancies have occurred. And so we'll put that in the post-hearing request for information.
I can comment to that one step further if you'd like. So I know 2 of the union positions have been filled. They've been filled internally, which opens up 2 other positions. So with the union, typically that's what happens is a lower level position will bid up for a higher position, and then we'll continue that process until we get to a level where we go outside.
Are you referring to the 7 positions that are listed in that response that we were just looking at?
Yes, I know the one was the crew leader, and I forget which the other one was.
Okay. I'll issue the request for information so that you can have time to review the data and provide the accurate answers. Thank you very much. So in your rebuttal testimony, you state on page 2 that the company discovered an issue with Exhibit 37G when it was comparing the as-filed labor expenses with the Attorney General and Lexington Fayette Urban County Government's witness, Mr. Myers' chart. Is that correct?
Yes.
And can you explain what is the issue that was discovered?
So Exhibit 37G doesn't include all of labor. It included a portion of the labor. It excluded the performance plans and the shift premiums. So my first issue with that is if we're looking at capitalization, we need to include all labor and look at it on a holistic approach and not just a portion of the labor, which could skew the data depending on which ones you include or exclude. There was a timing issue when the data was pulled for 37G versus the labor expense. The labor expense as filed is correct with the correct capitalization percentage in there. The 37G skewed some of the data and the capitalization rates were overstated based on the information that was inputted into that schedule.
And so the revised Exhibit 37G that you filed with your rebuttal testimony, that's now correct? Is that true?
Well, the revised one is correct and should have been what we filed, but it still excludes the performance pay and shift premium because it didn't have a section for that information being put in.
And in Exhibit 37 that you filed with your rebuttal testimony that we've been discussing, you provided the labor and labor-related information from 2018 through the forecasted test period. Is that correct?
Correct.
Are you aware whether Kentucky American Water has ever operated with 0 vacancies for a full calendar year since 2018?
I'm not aware, but I also know that if you start to exclude vacancies, you're going to have to make up that void in the workload. So you're going to have to either increase overtime or increase your contract services to offset that. When we set the 156 employees or full-time equivalents, the FTEs here, in this case, we base that on the workload we need for that future test year. So any adjustment to that would have to be compensated somewhere else to ensure the workload is done.
The Attorney General's office will issue a post-hearing request for information, asking that question just so that you can look at all the data and be able to respond to that fully. And thank you, Mr. Watkins. I have no further questions.
Steph? Okay. Mr. Watkins, this was, question was referred to either you or Mr. Newcomb, so if it's better for Mr. Newcomb, let me know.
Sure.
And it's the question regarding earlier where I was referring to Mr. or Mr. Lewis's testimony, with regarding the O&M expenses. So the question is, the O&M expenses have increased annually below the rate of inflation. However, Kentucky American proposes to forecast its O&M expenses based on applying inflation factors. Explain why a historical inflation factor is appropriate when Kentucky American's expenses are increasing below the inflation rate.
So in the past, yes, we have been below the inflation rate. We're not sure how that's going to work out in the future. We're trying to set rates for a future test period. So the company believed that the inflationary adjustments for the ones where we didn't do a detailed adjustment to, inflationary is the best estimate we could use right now. It could be higher, it could be lower, but we don't know where the actual performance of those areas are, and that's why we're using that as an estimation to get to the future test year.
Okay. These next questions, I'm going to refer to as construction work in progress in lieu of the other quip that we have, as to not get confused about anything other, because I know we've talked about the qualified infrastructure plan. I refer to that as quip, so I'm not going to reuse that acronym again for this discussion.
Okay.
Okay, can you refer to your response in the staff's third request? It will be item 2.
Yes, I have it.
Can you confirm that Kentucky American has included construction work in progress in rate base since at least case number 1995-00554?
You said staff set 3, question 2?
Say that again.
Was that, is staff set 3, question 2?
Staff's third request, item 2.
I don't see that specifically in the question or answer, I don't think. It says 2018. I thought you said something earlier than that.
I said since case number 1995. It's a 1995 case. -00554.
I'm sorry, I don't see that in the response.
Can you explain how Kentucky American removes AFUDC related to plant included in construction work in progress from rate base and subsequent rate cases?
How it removes it?
Yes.
So I know the company has AFUDC included in revenues, which offsets the AFUDC included in the construction work in progress in the current case.
We'll just ask that more detail in a post-hearing data request.
Okay.
One moment. Okay. Assuming that the commission makes an adjustment to wages and salaries, actually, I think this question may be one that I removed. Hold on one moment. Nope. Okay, assuming the commission makes an adjustment to wages and salaries, can you provide factors that would need to be applied to the adjustment to account for payroll taxes, pensions, 401k, matching, group insurance, and any other expense that varies with wages and salaries?
For the specific vacancies identified?
For any adjustment to wages and salaries?
Yes, we could do that, and we
Okay,
could
in a
provide it all.
post-hearing data request?
Yeah, we could do that, and we can also provide the information needed for the applicable overtime to offset the vacancies.
Okay. Okay. And we'll refer to your rebuttal testimony on page 3.
Okay?
In the same format as Exhibit JMW-2, in a post-hearing data request, would you be able to provide the capitalization ratios for the past 10 years?
On an actual basis, yes.
Can you confirm that the wages and salaries shown in the same rebuttal testimony are only for Kentucky American employees and there are no allocated amounts?
Yes, this is Kentucky American-only employees.
Can you generally explain what kind of projects will be allocated labor cost?
Are you talking labor expense or versus capital?
One moment.
No problem.
We're talking about the projects that will have capitalized labor costs.
So most of those projects would either come through the engineering department. The majority of the engineers are fully capitalized because they're working on capital projects. But there's also some field personnel that would be working on those projects itself. In the labor exhibit itself, we went through on an individual basis, employee by employee, and had a capitalization percentage applied to it. If we pull up the work paper for that, we can go employee by employee and show you which ones have capitalization and which ones don't. Some will be fully expensed because they don't deal with capital projects at all, but some will be, will have a capitalization ratio put into their calculations.
Can you generally explain the kinds of positions in these 3 categories: union, non-union hourly, and non-union salaried?
Yes. So our union positions are just that. They're hired through the union and they have contract rates per the union contract. Our salaried employees are salaried. They do not get paid overtime. And our hourly employees would receive overtime for anything worked over 40 hours in a week.
Explain why non-union capitalization ratios are higher than those for union employees.
Mainly because the salaried employees are related to engineering.
Hold on, I'm trying to remember if this question was sent to you, or this next question was answered or sent to you? One moment. It was passed off to Mr. Newcomb, so that's all the questions I have. Commissioner?
Good afternoon, Mr. Watkins.
Good afternoon.
I am looking at your testimony on page 9. Are you the appropriate person to kind of go through the Voluntary Employee Benefits Association and how that works between union and non-union members?
Yes.
Can you explain how it
Oh,
works? Sorry.
I'm sorry, you want to know who has which benefit?
Yeah, or how that works with the trust for union employees who aren't eligible. Or, it's the top of page 9 for the retiree medical.
Okay, thank you. So the retiree medical expenses for union employees who are not covered by an OPEB plan, Kentucky American would contribute, I believe it's $600 per employee, and it is put into a union VEBA trust account, and it's only applicable to those employees that are eligible. So it'd be employees hired after, I believe it's January 1st, 2006 for the union.
So they had to be grandfathered into
Well,
that?
no, they're not grandfathered into it. The ones hired before that are in the OPEB plan, the traditional OPEB. The ones hired after that date are in the retiree medical plan.
Okay, I understand, thanks.
So you can't be in both.
You can't be in both?
Correct.
Okay.
Mr. Watkins, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Test year salaries included, I think, $617,983 for unfilled positions. And you had talked earlier in response to some questions about some soon-to-be filled positions, maybe one was starting today. Will those soon-to-be filled positions reduce that $617,983 in unfilled positions?
It would, because the one employee started today, so obviously that vacancy would come off that list. And then the GIS equivalent position would be filled in January, which is before the future test year, so that would reduce that also.
Are those the only two you can think of that have already been filled?
There's 2 union positions that were filled. One I know is the crew leader. I forget what the second one is, but those opened up lower vacancies, so it should reduce that amount.
Okay, so 4 positions, 2 union, and then the other 2 that you mentioned.
As of what I know today, yes.
How much would those 4 combined positions reduce that $617,000? Do you know?
For the union, I couldn't say because I'd have to figure out which ones were vacant and then do a comparison between what we had in that data response and the new vacancy that was created. For the business development manager, that number was in that data request. I believe that's considered confidential information if we wanted to discuss that, but it is in the AG to question 10.
Okay, so we already have those.
Yes, that was part of the data response.
Thank you for pointing that out to me and not violating the confidentiality there. So if the commission decided that these unfulfilled positions shouldn't be included in revenue requirement, that's already been reduced.
I don't believe the revenue requirement's been reduced. We've just identified the amount
Okay.
that's included in the revenue requirement currently. Not offsetting any kind of overtime adjustment or contract services to mitigate what labor and workload couldn't be done by eliminating those positions.
Okay. And at some point, I think there was some question about the amount of an adjustment to payroll tax. There was a proposed adjustment maybe in your testimony, but not an exact amount. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I'm not sure for payroll tax, no.
Okay, that's all right. I can follow up with their request. All right. Any other? Yeah, follow up.
We do have a follow-up, yes, Vice Chairman.
Say, does anybody else? Can you explain why Kentucky American is not elected to increase the number of employees to focus on either unaccounted for, sorry, this covered up, water or meter reading/rereading?
That would be a better question for Mr. Lowe's, who manages the day-to-day operations.
Okay.
Anything else? Redirect?
Very briefly, Your Honor. Mr. Watkins, were you present earlier this afternoon when staff counsel asked Mr. Furia the prerequisites for participation in the employee stock purchase program?
Yes, I was.
Would you be the best person to address that question instead of Mr. Newcomb?
Yes, I am the witness for the SPP plan.
Great. So what are those prerequisites, Mr. Watkins?
It's basically employment, and then it's an option whether you want to elect to be in the plan or not. So it's a personal decision in each one of the employees whether they want to contribute in the plan or not.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
That suggest any follow-up?
Well, yeah, no, because that question was initially passed to Mr. Newcomb, so, okay. So let me then jump in after you ask that first part. Are all employees eligible to participate in the program?
All employees are eligible, it's whether they want to or not.
Is the program part of Kentucky American's overall benefits package?
Yes, it is.
And is there a particular reason why that program is offered?
I can't say why it was offered, but I know it, increases the ownership by the employees in the company. And that encourages most employees to work more efficiently and be more efficient and make sure their companies run correctly, because now they're part owners in that company itself.
And in a post-hearing data request, would you be able to provide the amount and the forecasted test year related to American Water Employee Stock Purchase Program and explain whether this amount is reflected in the capital structure or elsewhere?
Yes.
I have no further.
On the
Follow-up.
employee stock purchase plan, can they enter into that program day one? Or do they have to wait a certain amount of time before they're eligible to participate?
I know we can only opt into the plan once a quarter. So it would depend on technically when they got hired, but within 90 days or so, they should be eligible to do so.
Okay, thank you.
Any further redirect?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
And I think I'll go ahead and propose that we take our afternoon break now. You have one more witness?
Yes.
That will still be available today?
Yes, and we're happy to discuss during the break with counsel. I know they have some external witnesses here, and we can discuss whether it makes sense.
To call out of order?
Go ahead and put them on.
Right, so Chairman's on his way back. It was supposed to be a short break, and it took way longer than everyone expected. So he is on his way back, and I thought we'd break now for 15 minutes, give him a chance to get here, see if we can release the rest of those witnesses, or if we need to keep them a bit longer. So with that, you may be excused.
we're back on the record in case number 2023-00191. Mr. Ingram, it was my understanding that prior to the last break, there was some conversation about that you all had scheduled your witnesses to your, we'll call them outside witnesses, expert witnesses, non-fact witnesses, whatever you want, to participate in the hearing on Wednesday. And that you were going to speak with Mr. Osterloh and Ms. Goad about their witnesses. Did you all have that conversation?
We did, Your Honor, and it is accurate that our outside consultant witnesses, Ms. Bulkley, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Walker, Mr. Barronbrook, and Mr. Mustig, are traveling tomorrow, and they'll be here to testify Wednesday morning.
Okay.
They're not here today, and I will take the blame for that. I had no idea that this hearing would move this quickly.
No reason to apply that ground, that's okay.
And so we just have one last remaining internal witness, and that's Mr. Newcomb. But Mr. Baudino and Mr. Meyer are traveling, and so one of the things we discussed was taking them out of order, even before Mr. Newcomb, this afternoon, so that they could hopefully finish today, and they could travel back later today or tomorrow. We're amenable to that, that's fine. Part of that analysis is, do you have any questions of the witnesses that appeared while you weren't here?
Yeah, I do, and we're going to talk about that. But, I just want to make sure I have an appreciation. If you all come to, I guess what I'm trying to ask is, do you anticipate, let me just say, I have no problem if we take witnesses out of order in order to accommodate schedules for you to recall any of your witnesses as you need to, although if Mr. Baudino's going before Ms. Bulkey, I don't note that that would necessarily be a problem, but as long as everybody's fine going ahead and taking witnesses out of order, that's fine. I'm also happy to, not that you necessarily need my approval, but for you to recall witnesses in case you need to address the testimonies, given the order in which it was done. So that'll be fine. What we'll do is, we'll go ahead and hear from witness Newcomb, I think is the next witness that you would call. We can hear from witness Newcomb. Let's go ahead and then we can go ahead and take the two, or the intervener witnesses, I say it that way. And then what I would like to do as it relates to, and I know some were technically excused, not excused, whatever it may be, but it's my understanding that Ms. Citron is a Lexington-based witness?
Correct.
So if it's possible, and I'd love for you to tell me whether it's the case or not, that witnesses Citron, Lewis, well, actually, it's Porter, Citron, Lewis. I know two of those may have technically been excused, but if Porter, Citron, Lewis can be available Wednesday to possibly be recalled. Otherwise, witnesses Hill, I think there will be a post-hearing data request to Mr. Hill regarding the qualitative determinations of metering systems. But witnesses Hill, Ray, is that right?
Yes.
Ray and Furia?
Yes.
Can be excused for the remainder of the witness, or remainder of the hearing.
Okay, and then what about Ms. Schwarzel, Mr. O'Drain, and Mr. Watkins? They're all out-of-town Kentucky
Yeah,
American witnesses.
I think that we have, is it Ms. Schwarzel's fine?
Yes, Ms. Bush.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, sorry, and we didn't take that up before, but Ms. Schwarzel can be excused. Let me just make this list here for a second, since I know
Yeah,
where we are now. Okay?
Absolutely.
Ms. Schwarzel, witnesses Schwarzel, Hill. Ray, Furia, O'Drain, and Watkins is gone, that's correct, Mr.?
Those have all testified, and we would ask they all be excused, if that's okay.
Yeah, witnesses Schwarzel, Hill, Ray, Furia, O'Drain, and Watkins can be excused for the remainder of the hearing.
Okay.
And I would ask that witnesses, that first witness Nash just be prepared and available for the remainder of the hearing. That's been our practice for a number of years, of course.
Yes.
But that, other than Ms. Nash, that witnesses Porter and Citron and Lewis be available for recall by the commission on Wednesday.
Right.
And then we will take your 5 expert witnesses or outside witnesses on Wednesday as well.
Okay.
And so we will take witness Newcomb here in a minute, let you call him. Then we'll take the intervener witnesses, and then we'll see what time it is. But my guess is that we'll adjourn whether it's 4:30 or not, and then we'll come back at 9 a.m. on Wednesday.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Any other questions, Mr. Osterloh? Ms. Gill?
None for me.
No, thank you.
You can drink my cold coffee for a second, Mr. Ingram.
And then one more question, Your Honor. Do you have a preference as to the order of witnesses on Wednesday? Is the expectation that we start with our outside experts?
Yeah, so,
I mean, that just depends on what
yeah,
you
I'm
want to
sorry.
do with them when they're recalled.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm going through the. Yeah, let's go ahead and start, let me first say, it's your call as to how you intend on call your witnesses Wednesday. If you're asking for our input into making your decision on that, I think it would make sense to go ahead and just start with the expert witnesses, because insofar as there's a risk we don't finish on Wednesday, then those are hopefully, travel reimbursement to homes as opposed to hotel rates.
Exactly. That's what I was going to suggest. That's what we'll do. And we'll stick with the same order that's in our witness list as we submitted, and unless there are changes, in which case I'll notify everybody tomorrow.
That'd be fine. All right, Mr. Ingram, would you just call your next witness?
Next witness is Mr. Jeffrey Newcomb.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right, please have a seat. State your name and address for the record.
Yes, my name is Jeffrey Newcomb, and my business address is 2300 Richmond Road, Lexington, Kentucky, 40502.
Mr. Ingram?
Mr. Newcomb, could you please state your job title and employer?
Yes, I am Senior Manager, Rates and Regulatory for Kentucky American Water.
And in that role, did you cause to be filed direct testimony and rebuttal testimony in this matter?
Yes, I did.
Were you also identified as the responsible witness or a responsible co-witness on many of the data responses that Kentucky Americans filed in this case?
Yes, I was.
Do you have any corrections or updates to any of the testimony you have filed or to those data responses?
No, not at this time.
Mr. Newcomb is available for questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Osterloh?
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Goode?
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Newcomb.
Good afternoon.
Is it your understanding that the Attorney General and Lexington Fayette Urban County Government's witness, Mr. Myers, recommends the discontinuation of the QUIP?
Yes, that is my understanding.
And is it also your understanding that in the alternative, if QUIP is allowed to continue, then Mr. Meyer recommends in his testimony to include a depreciation offset to capture the decline in value associated with the QUIP investment that's rolled into rate base?
Yes, that's my understanding of his proposal.
Can you please refer to your rebuttal testimony on page 20, lines 14 through 20, and just let me know when you're there, please?
I am there.
Okay, can you please read into the record, starting with the third and final reason?
The third and final reason for opposition that witness Meyer provides, the claim that the company's QIP lacks a consumer protection mechanism in the form of a depreciation offset, ignores that QIP already has a depreciation offset where the amount of depreciation expense collected through the QIP mechanism is reduced by removing depreciation expense associated with the utility plant in base rates that is being retired as a result of the infrastructure replacement.
And would you admit that the depreciation offset that you just described in that paragraph is not the same depreciation offset that Mr. Meyer recommends be included in the QIP?
I don't know that I can agree to that. I was just pointing out that there is a depreciation offset already. That additional offset was not necessary.
Okay, are you aware of any differences between the depreciation offset that Mr. Meyer recommends for the QIP if it continues versus the depreciation offset that you just discussed?
Not unless he has further clarifications to my understanding.
And Ms. Nash deferred a question to you. Can you confirm that the company's updated revenue requirement is $25.6 million?
That is correct.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Yes. Okay, Mr. Newcomb, there was a question that was deferred to you. And it's, can you generally describe how the capitalization ratios are determined for any given year?
Yeah, and I think company witness Watkins touched on this a little bit. So for in any given year, we have total labor cost. And a portion of those labor costs are either capitalized or expensed to O&M. And how that's determined each year or in any scenario is how employees charge their time. So if an employee charges their time to a capital work order, that time and the associated expense of their labor is capitalized. The opposite is true if they are working on something O&M. It's charged to O&M and it is expensed. So if you look at, in any year, we'd be looking at the total amount of labor capitalized versus our total expense, labor expense, to get a capitalization ratio for any given year.
Are some expenses directly assigned to a project?
That would be my understanding. The capitalization follows how time is charged, so how work is performed, what type of work is performed.
Are any expenses allocated using a predetermined overhead percentage?
I cannot answer that with any certainty. Might have to follow up on that for you.
Okay. Would you be able to follow up that in a post-hearing data request?
Yes.
Okay. And then, are you generally aware of capitalization ratios for employee labor?
Yes, I hopefully my explanation of how capitalization works demonstrated that.
Do you know if Kentucky American uses the same capitalization ratios for projects completed with in-house labor or contractors?
Again, it depends on how a project is staffed. So if a project is staffed with internal labor and it is a capital project, the time that they charge to that project will be capitalized.
And then, as a post-hearing data request concerning the cost of preparing this case, could you provide a detailed schedule of expenses incurred to date, and we'll have specifics in that request?
Yes, we could.
That's all the questions I have, Chairman.
Commissioner? Any questions?
I don't.
You provided testimony on a tracker mechanism or well, let's just say, unique accounting or different accounting treatment for OPEB expense, is that right?
Correct. Yes, we do have a proposal for regulatory and accounting treatment as it relates to OPEB and pension expense.
Okay. How long has American Water or Kentucky American had a pension system?
I am not 100% sure how long that we've had that program. Is that the question?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm not sure how long that we've had the program, but we have provided data of at least 10 years of experience, so I can safely say that it's 10 years or more.
Okay. I guess I'm just trying to figure out how long, I know roughly how long Kentucky American has been around in the current name or its successor or predecessor entities. And I'm trying to have an appreciation for how long it's incurred pension and OPEB expense without the need for deferral accounting related to it. Do you know whether the commission has ever given Kentucky American this deferral accounting or this regulatory accounting related to OPEB expense in the past?
Not to my knowledge, they have not.
Okay. and I may have missed it in your testimony, is there something that's happened in the last 5 years that has created an expectation that OPEB expense is more variable or volatile than it has been in the history of its incurrence?
Yeah, so as explained in my testimony in the appropriateness of establishing this regulatory and accounting treatment for pension and OPEB expenses, the factors that impact the level of expense that we see is definitely been impacted by recent economic conditions more so than we have in previous years. But as I pointed out in my rebuttal testimony, it's also worth pointing out that we've had a history of our actual pension and OPEB expense being less than what we have authorized in rates. So essentially lacking mechanism to preserve those savings for customers. So that's another key component or reason that we have made this proposal in this case.
Well, no, I understood that part of your testimony, but I guess what I'm trying to ask is there anything specific that is different than what the company has experienced over the life of having OPEB expense?
To say that there may have been similar economic periods during the life of that program, certainly there potentially could have been that same economic pressures that we're seeing on our OPEB and pension expense that we're seeing today at some point in the life of the program. But we are proposing is a way to, one, address that in the form of protection in the case that we continue to see upward pressure and our pension of OPEB expense to increase, that there's a way to recover that from customers. But we also, as like I said, pointed out in my rebuttal testimony, want a way to preserve the savings that we have actually experienced over the past 10 years. And this is a mechanism set up or proposed that would do so.
So you expect pension expense to go up, is that right?
I cannot say with any certainty what our expectations are at this point. We do know that our recent experience is that it has increased, and we have established the level of pension and OPEB expense in our revenue requirement based off of that increased level. So I can't predict where things are headed economically, that are the factors at least that are impacting pension and OPEB expense today, whether they're going to persist or they're going to recede or what have you.
So you have no expectation of the direction of pension expense?
Not at this time. We might have a better expectation when we have our next remeasurement of our pension and OPEB, which will occur, I believe, sometime in the first quarter or possibly January. That will tell us what our 2024 pension and OPEB level that we need to be accruing our expense at that time. But as of right now, we only have our 2023 experience or the level that our actuarial reports have supported, and that's the level that we're accruing expense at today.
Okay, so you won't have an expectation until you know the actual answer, is that correct?
Until we have our next actuarial report that determines what, based off of all those factors that I've discussed, that determine pension and OPEB expense, it requires an actuarial study and input from our external consultant that we use to provide that number to us.
Okay. Do you know what you all expected to happen with pension expense in the company's 2018 rate case?
I do not know, no.
Okay. But let's just, the order in the 2018 rate case was issued in 2019. Is that your understanding?
Correct, filed, yeah.
2018, I think it's 358.
Yes.
Filed in, let's call it June 28th, late June 2019?
That sounds about accurate.
And with the exception of pension expense in 2019, the company had actual pension expense savings compared to authorized, but had no means to preserve and pass those savings to customers. Is that right?
That's correct.
And that's been since 2014?
Uh,
That statement you're referring to in your, I think that's your rebuttal testimony, you discussed that.
Yeah, I believe the tables provide both in direct and rebuttal. It shows 10 years of history, which I believe includes 2014. Correct.
Well, I'll ask you I'm just gonna directly ask it to you. If you all expected the cost to go down, do you think you would be asking for deferral accounting for it?
I think we are looking for ways to manage the customer's bill and offset increases. And this is an opportunity to do that. So I don't know, I don't think that there would be a reason that we wouldn't propose it, just because it was expectations that were that it would decrease.
You didn't propose it in the past. You didn't propose it in the 2015 rate case or the 2018 rate case, right?
That is my understanding. It's before my time, but that is my understanding that there was no similar proposals then.
Were you in charge of the base period update?
I was involved in the base period update, yes, sir.
Maybe this is a distinction for your question there, but I guess, did you support by oath the base period update?
I support the updated revenue requirement from that base period update, but I believe we have a schedule in my direct when we had filed our original revenue requirement and the minimum standard filing requirements. We identified for each one of those, we call them Exhibit 37, and then it has a subletter based off of the minimum standard filing requirement. It identifies which witness sponsors which piece.
Yeah.
So to the extent that I'm listed as the witness for a schedule, that would be in my area.
Okay, so do you have the base period update with you? Can Ms. Loy bring that up for you?
I believe so.
And specifically what I'm asking about is Exhibit 37, Schedule A, which is the financial summary for the base and forecasted. And while that's coming up, I'll just ask you a general question. Did you provide like a variance report of the revenue requirement for the base period during the application filing and for the updated base period?
I believe as a cover page to the base period update, we have provide a schedule that walks us forward from what was originally filed to what has been updated as part of our base period update.
Okay, and that I do want to talk about that, but I want to make sure I have an appreciation for what you've got here. So do you have a copy of that base period update now in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. So you have on page, it's 4 of 307 of the PDF. This is your Exhibit 37 Schedule A updated version, correct?
Correct.
And you're the witness?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you have the base period, which my understanding, a portion of the base period was actual and a portion of the base period is forecasted, correct?
When originally filed, yes, and in this base period update, the portion that was forecasted, we have updated with actuals.
Yeah, and that's just pursuant to the regulation, right?
Correct.
Or maybe it's a statute, but
Yeah.
how many months were actual that you all used for the base period versus how many did you all end up using as a forecasted period, assumed or forecasted amount for the base period?
It was 6 months of actuals
Okay.
and 6 months of forecasts when we originally filed.
Okay, so that would have been, you've basically got April through September here, is that right?
Correct, yes.
6 months, okay. And so this walks through base period ending September 30, and because you have a check at the top of, of the version, we know that this is the updated version, right?
Correct.
And you have a revenue requirement for the base period now, after you've experienced it, of $123,835,441, right?
Yes, I see where you're referring to.
Yeah, sorry, it's line 38, revenue requirement, line 4 plus line 35, $123,835,441, right?
Correct, yes.
Okay. That is different than the amount that was included in the application of the same exhibit. Is that right?
I would presume to the extent that there was differences between the forecast and actuals, that amount would be different, yes.
Okay. So I have, and you can take my word for it, you can ask Ms. Lloyd to bring it up. Exhibit 37 of the application has a revenue requirement of, let me get it here, $124,365,751. Let me know when you get there. It's okay. It's actually probably more convenient from our website than it is in your all's, just because it's its own exhibit.
All right. $124,365,751.
Okay. Now, my original, going back to my original question, because I think I asked it poorly. And you talk about this cover exhibit, I think is what you referred to it as, of Exhibit 37A, well, it's not Exhibit 37, it's the base, cover page of the base period update.
Correct.
You provide, quote, a summary of forecast year revisions filed November 2023. Did you support that document?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is that the same as a variance report of the differences between the base period forecast, the total base period in the application and the base period update? Or is this a revision of the revenue requirement pursuant to the processing in this case?
This was, these are updates that were made to the revenue requirement as part of the base period update, which I have highlighted in testimony and have pointed out that we have a summary of the impact of each of those updates. So my rebuttal testimony on page 2 begins the discussion of each of the updates that we made as part of our base period update. But what you're seeing here is a walk forward of the revenue deficiency in this case. So initially filed, it was just over 26 million, and now it is, as I stated in confirming for staff attorney here, 25.6 million.
Okay. So can we go to that cover document real fast?
Yes, sir.
Let me know when you're there.
We're there.
Okay. You have an explanation for each of your forecast year revisions, right?
Correct, yes.
Okay. You've got the original filing, the revenue requirement at the top of 26 plus million.
Correct.
Then your first adjustment is a reduction of $114,128. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that is a reduction of miscellaneous expense, right?
Correct.
And that, does that incorporate, let's call it your all's position on the issue, I'll say it that way, as a result of responses to data requests propounded by the AG 1-6 and 2-13 and 14? Is that a combined, I guess what I'm asking, is that combined between those three, is that what is the basis for your recommendation of $114,000 change to the proposed revenue requirement?
Correct. Our response to those data requests, we had stated that we would update our revenue requirement when we filed our base period update for specific items, and that's what we're reflecting here.
Okay. Then the next one is other customer accounting. And I assume that goes with the per AG second data request number 27, correction of customer accounting expense to include customer e-check payment fee. That's an increase in revenues? Or, yeah, sorry, can you, I guess what I'm trying to figure out, the first one is a reduction to the revenue requirement, right?
Mm-hmm.
The second one is an increase to the revenue requirement, is that right?
That's correct. It's an O&M expense item, so there would be dollar for dollar a revenue requirement increase.
Then you have, so those are the only two O&M changes pursuant to this document.
Correct.
Then you move on to what? Taxes and other expenses? Taxes, sorry, general income taxes?
Yes, sir.
You have 3 adjustments for those?
When you combine, yes, we have an adjustment for current and state and federal taxes and an update for general taxes.
Okay, so the reductions, the first 2 increases to the revenue requirement are a result of what?
The first 2?
Yeah, so current
The-
state
the-
income
the-
tax,
the
current
current
federal
state
income tax are both increases to the revenue requirement, correct?
Correct.
And they are a result of what change that occurred during the base period?
Yeah, we looked at this, and it was with the update to both your revenue at current rates and revenue at proposed rates. In addition to the O&M expense items that changed the revenue requirement dollar for dollar, we also had an update for rate of return, which impact our state income, our current federal and state income tax requirement. Beyond that, I would have to follow up with our tax team who helped in reviewing that portion of the revenue requirement.
Okay. Do you know, just real quick, do you know whether you've provided us the Excel workbooks for that base period update?
I'm not 100% sure if we have. If it was requested as a data request, we would have provided it. I'm not sure if we only have a PDF of the base period update or if there was also electronic version.
I'm not sure we've historically ever conducted, not as an ordinary course, discovery after rebuttal testimony. I don't think we have here, have we, counsel? As discovery in the last month?
No.
So we're going to ask as a post-hearing data request your Excel workbooks that relate to your rebuttal testimony and the base period update. So then we go on. Then there's a $500,000 reduction to working capital. Oh, so the regulatory fee, I got that one. That's pursuant to discovery, right? The working capital allowance / lower rate of return, which is a $548,000 reduction to the revenue requirement. Do you see that?
Correct.
And that says that's a base period update and revenue requirement update.
Yes.
What does that represent?
So that is the update that I described as updated rate of return in my rebuttal testimony. In our update for rate of return, we were reflecting 2 things in that update. One, we were reflecting our actual capital structure as of the base period end. And as well, we were reflecting our current financing plan through the end of our forecasted test year. So that's what is meant by the explanation being base period update and revenue requirement update. Those were the updates related to our updated rate of return that I described in my rebuttal testimony and the associated revenue requirement impact.
Okay. All right. So let me go back to the original question now that we've talked about this cover sheet. am I to take it from my question earlier about the variance, that insofar as test year expenses and revenue were different, base period expenses and revenues were different than used in creating the base period for the application, the base period to create the test year, that insofar as they were different, all of those differences in this updated base period are reflected on the cover letter?
That's my understanding, yes, that's correct.
Okay. So customer count, exactly the same, employee labor expense exactly what was assumed, or do you all have a materiality threshold pursuant to this that you would have to meet before you apply it to this variance report?
We only made updates for known and measurable changes since we had originally filed, which are the items that we had identified. So whether they were identified through the data request process, or we received more recent or better information since originally filed that resulted in a known update, that's what we updated for.
Let me ask a clarified question here. You know through the first 6 months of the base period what happened because it is known by definition. It's already occurred when you filed the application, right?
Correct.
Then you assume you know what's going to happen. You kind of take a good educated guess at the second, and then you have a base period in which you create the test year. Is that right? Generally a forecasted test period.
Correct.
Okay. If, for instance, if you all were to, for wages and salaries, just say, we have this many people, this is how many people we want to have, so we have vacancies during the actual, we have observed vacancies during the 6 months actual. Then for the forecasted portion of the base period, your wages and salaries just are what they are, right? But for the forecasted period, you just assume you fill all the vacancies you had at the time of the 6 month actual of the base period. Filling or not filling, or having any number of vacancies in the second months of the base period would have no impact on the proposed revenue requirement. Is that correct?
Correct. We would have expected to fill those positions, so they would not have changed our revenue requirement.
Okay. And then what you all actually, insofar as there's a variance of that in the base period update, and we can go through the schedules here and look, I think, right, and see whether there's a variance. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think you could do a comparison that way.
It could be $1 million, $10 million, or $10. That would not form the basis in your cover sheet here for an adjustment to the forecasted test period and the revenue requirement in this case. Is that correct?
That's correct. Our
Okay.
revenue requirement is based off of our current headcount, whether that position is filled today or not. If we were to do this analysis of comparing our base period with 12 months of actuals versus what we originally forecasted, I think you'll find that there's additional adjustments that would be made if we were focused on this issue of vacancies. For example, I think we would see increased overtime to compensate for the fact that not all of our positions were filled during the base period. And we would also see additional probably contracted services as well, because those are the two primarily ways that we make up for vacant headcount during the year, because our requirements haven't changed. We still have the work that we need to perform, and without sacrificing service level to our customer, overtime and contracted services is the way that we maintain that service level.
Yeah, no, I'm not picking out that one in particular. I guess I'm trying to have an appreciation for how much a base period update actually would change. Like the observation, updating what actually occurred. Even if there are material differences in the base period that was forecast and the base period that was updated, what that actually drives in terms of information available to make a forecasted test period revenue requirement decision. That's what I'm trying to have an appreciation for. Other than wages and salaries, because it's a big cost category. Other than wages and salaries, are there other items that, because of the basis for the creation of the amount in the forecasted test period, the actual revenue requirement amount, Are there any other major expense categories that are created in that way in which an update to the base period or a material difference in the base period update wouldn't necessarily flow into a change in the proposed revenue requirement?
You would have to look at what are the drivers of the base period variance and understand, is that the expectation going forward? Is that the ongoing expectation for that category of expense? In some cases, you might have only experienced the variance for a portion of your base period, and you'd have to annualize that impact, or that, if that was the expectation going forward. So it would really vary based off of what the driver of your base period variance was. And in the case of the ones that we have highlighted, whether it be because of identified items that were identified in the data request process, or because of information that we have learned. A great example of that is our PSC fee. We received our assessment after the time that we had finalized the revenue requirement on direct. We now know that our PSC fee, actually, fortunate for our customers, went down. So we wanted to reflect that as one of the updates. An additional one was our board of director fees. Decision was made after we had filed our initial revenue requirement to reduce our number of external board of directors from 4 to 2, and then also reduce the fees that we're paying. So these are the examples of new information that this would drive a variance in the base period, that we know that that's the expectation, or the best basis for our expectation going forward in the forecasted test period. So we made the respective update to the revenue requirement for those items.
Yeah, PSC assessment, that's funny. They're paying for it on their electric bill now, because that's where the change is in 2023 calculations. So let me just ask, did you all use we'll call it like an index, let me ask you, did you all take any of the observed 6 months of data of actual in the base period, and then forecast the amount in the forecasted 6 months of the base period update by like a factor? Like we think the cost of this pursuant to this index or this inflation measure is going to go up 3%. We annualize that, we add a 1.5% to it, and that's what we think is going to happen in the forecasted period. Did you all do that with any of the major expense categories in creating the forecasted portion of the base period update?
There was, so you're referring to the base period update and the update of the forecasted portion to actuals?
Yeah, no, I'm just asking in creation of the base period, in determining the application revenue requirement for the back end, the second 6 months running from May to September, were any of those second 6 months created based off of taking the costs incurred previously, like the first 6 months, for instance, and assuming that they go up by some inflation measure?
Yeah, I believe we used the consistent methodology throughout, from the period that we had actuals for through the end of our test period in forecasting. But I would look at each of the individual supporting work papers that we provided for any expense item to have a better understanding of how we had forecasted the test period amount. So I can't make a blanket statement that say that we've done that for every single item. And I can't even say just offhand which ones we have done. I'd have to look at our supporting work papers for each item.
But that's what I'm trying to figure out, is if you all have effectively identified if there's a variance, or if we need to go through category by category to determine how you came up with the forecasted period amount, to determine whether or not the base period update indicates whether the previous assumptions were correct. So here's a great example. Let's just pick an expense category. It doesn't matter what it is. You're buying widgets, right? So you know what it costs you the first 6 months of buying widgets for the 6 months ending April of 2023, right? You know that's the first 6 months of the base period, correct?
Right.
Okay. You know what it costs the first 6 months. You expect year over year, you have an inflation index over here, like have you ever heard of the Handy-Whitman index?
I don't know if I've heard of that.
That's okay. Let's just say that the Bureau of Labor Statistics puts out an inflation measure for widgets, okay? And it's 3% a year is what the expected inflation. Okay. So if you took your widgets, you know what it costs the first 6 months, you annualize that, you turn it into, let's just say this is a reasonable methodology, I'm not saying it is. But you take the second half of the year, you want to know what it's going to cost you, you go ahead and annualize the 3% at 1.5, multiply what you expected what you observed in the first 6 months by 1.015, and you got the second half of the base period. Are you following up to now?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay, and then you took that amount and you added the same 3% inflation to create what you expect to incur in the forecasted period, right? Are you still with me?
Yes.
Did any of your calculations for the forecasted period expenses look like that methodology?
No, we definitely, in this base period update, like I had stated, we narrowed our updates to very specific known and measurable changes since.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm asking about how you calculated the revenue requirement in the application.
When we used, actuals through a date.
Yep.
Which in this case, it was through March of 2023.
Okay, March.
The remaining
Okay.
of our base period was April to September,
Okay.
which was forecasted. The methodology that we used for developing the forecast for the remainder of the base period was the same as the methodology that we used in the forecasted test year.
Yeah, what I'm trying to ask is, did you all do to expenses what I just described, which is effectively add an inflation measure to the first 6 months and then add a similar inflation measure from that year now of data to create the forecasted test period? That's what I understood in your testimony. I want to make sure we're on the same page.
I don't know for certain the way you're describing it, if that lines up with our actual methodology. And like I said, our methodology was specific to each line item of expense, so I wouldn't want to say, yes, that's the way that it was without confirming that for any specific.
I guess what I'm trying to ask is, you now have observed information about what happened to costs in the second half of the base period, correct?
Correct.
And insofar as the increase, decrease, or neither, stay the same, the movement of those expenses as compared to what was expected, the variance of that would have to be observed by going line for line from Schedule 37 of the original and the updated base period, right?
Right, I believe there is a schedule within Exhibit 37. I'm not sure which subletter that you, or it might be multiple subletters that you could do that comparison.
And what I was going to ask is, does the base period update lay the two beside each other, originally updated, and compare the variance of those expenses as expected versus as observed?
I don't think we have a schedule that does that currently.
Okay. Did you all go through and say, we thought this expense, widgets were going to go up in the second half, and annualized 3%, we increased it by 1.5, observed it went up 2%, and maybe we need to update the forecasted amount, which we had at 3%, maybe we need to update that to 4%, because that's what the annualized of the 2% it went up would be. You all didn't do that.
My understanding is that there is a statute, or maybe it's a reg, that does not allow for us to do that kind of update to the forecasted test period. My understanding is, unless it was a result of mathematical error, which was the case of our corrected customer accounting expense and the omission of the e-check payment fees. Otherwise, we're not supposed to be making updates to the forecasted test year. So for the ones that we did choose to make that, even though we're not, that, my understanding is that you're not supposed to, we wanted to give the commission and all parties the best starting position going into this hearing as far as our revenue requirement. So to the extent that we had known and measurable changes, which were in the form of our updated rate of return, our reduction of board of director fees, our updated PSC fee, and then our reduction of miscellaneous expense. Those are the only updates that we made.
Yeah, I'm
So we
just
did
asking
not go
questions
through that
here.
exercise, though, however, of looking at line by line, where did we have variances necessarily. Now, we do have a process in place where monthly, that is part of the finance process of reviewing budget versus actuals. So to the extent that there was any, again, known and measurable changes that we could expect to continue going on into the future through the test period, we made updates for those. If we didn't have that, then we have not made an update for it.
That's what I'm trying to have an appreciation for, is where you're drawing that line and that distinction. If you, in formulating the forecasted portion of the base period, used an inflation measure that you then carried forward either in the same rate or in a different rate into the forecasted test period, and you observed a different, let's just say there was no change in cost in the second half of the six-month update, and you incurred less than what you expected to incur, okay? You did not make that adjustment, right?
Correct.
That's all I'm trying to have an appreciation for. So if the commission wanted to know whether these inflation measures you all use to calculate the revenue requirement in the forecasted test period were actually observed in the way that was budgeted or forecasted for the second portion of the base period, we would have to go line for line through the base period update and just check it for ourselves, right? But that information's available in the case.
The information is available in the case, and, I mean, if you would like to request us to do that as part of a post-hearing data request, I think we could do a comparison like that for you.
That's why I asked about
again, it's gonna go back to then understanding what are the drivers of the changes and those creating a permanent change going forward.
That'd be great, but I guess what I'm trying to have an appreciation for is if you assume something was going to happen at a rate, you didn't observe that, but that was also the basis for another increase for the forecasted test period. How are we supposed to know? Yeah, I withdraw it. So we'll ask for the Excel spreadsheet for the rebuttal testimony and the base period update, and we'll take under consideration to expand that to ask to effectively merge the two 37s to see whether they can compare themselves. We certainly have the bases for the inflation measures the case. And then I just go back, and I think this will show up in the Excels, but that cover summary, you have an Excel of a cover summary, correct? That's a PDF of an Excel, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So insofar as you couldn't, and I understand you're not the tax person, but in the calculation, the feed-in of those current state and current federal income tax rates, are those hard-coded into that, or are those fed in from the place that they're calculated somewhere else in the work paper?
They would be fed in. We're pulling that from other schedules in 37.
Other schedules in the same workbook?
I'd have to confirm whether we have this tab that has this sheet that you see as the cover page.
Okay.
Is in the same workbook or external, but it would be linked to a schedule 37.
When you say link, what I'm trying to figure out is, does it automatically populate, or is it hard-coded based on a number somewhere else?
It is linked, so it automatically updates.
That'd be great. Okay. All right, thank you, Mr. Newcomb. Mr. Ingram?
I have no redirect.
Okay. Is there anything else for Mr. Newcomb?
No.
Thank you very much. You may be excused.
Okay. Yeah, I think we'll be fine. Okay, good. Yeah. Oh, I do. Yes, sir. Yeah. Mr. Ingram, it's my understanding, we'll just go over this again real quick, that you all have agreed to take the interveners witnesses out of turn. Is that right? That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. How would you all be calling the different witnesses and tendering? Ms. Goode. Ms. Goode? Okay. All right, Ms. Goode, would you like to call your first witness?
Thank you, Chairman. The Attorney General's Office in Lexington, Fayette, Urban County Government call their witness, Mr. Greg Meyer, to the stand.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right, please have a seat. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name's Greg Meyer. My address is 16690 Swingley Ridge Road, Suite 140, Chesterfield, Missouri, 63017.
Ms. Goode.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Meyer, what is your occupation?
I'm a regulatory consultant.
And did you cause to be filed direct testimony in this case?
I did.
Do you have any additions or corrections to that direct testimony?
I do.
Can you please walk us through those changes?
Sure. On page 21, in the table, GRM 7, the usage thousands of gallons for 2018 should be 5645 instead of 8780. And in that same line, the far right column, the usage per customer should be 47.30 instead of 4733. And then on page 45 of my direct testimony, line 4, you should delete the words quantify those cost savings or those 5 words. That's all the changes I have.
Okay. And Chairman, I should be able to get an errata filed into the record by tomorrow with those
That'd be fine.
changes.
Yeah,
And
did y'all go over that?
I didn't hear what he said. Which word should be deleted, Mr.
Oh,
Meyer?
I'm sorry.
On line
On page 45, line 4, delete the words quantify those cost savings or.
Did you get that, Mr. Ingram?
Yes, sir, thank you.
Yeah, that'd be fine. And we haven't spoken about it earlier, but insofar as anybody amends their testimony on the stand, we just ask that folks we give it a reasonable amount of time, but probably 5 days after we adjourn the hearing, that we end the hearing, if folks would file a markup version of errata, that way we have it in the record. Somebody doesn't have to go watch a multi-day hearing just to understand that somebody wanted to add a comma or delete a word. So, Ms. Goode?
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Meyer, did you sponsor responses to the commission staffs and Kentucky American Water's discovery requests in the pending case?
I did.
And if you were asked the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
They would.
Is it your intention to adopt the direct testimony as your testimony in this matter?
It is.
Chairman, the witness is available for cross-examination.
Mr. Ingram?
I do have a few questions, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Meyer. If you
Afternoon,
go
Mr.
to the page of your testimony that, it's page 45, that you just revised at line 4. So the new sentence, as revised, should say, however, comma, the CBA does not propose how those cost savings will be reflected in customers' rates. Is that the corrected sentence?
That's correct.
So does that mean that with your deletion, are you saying that the CBA does quantify those savings?
The CBA listed cost savings in the report, so I'm not challenging the fact that they're in there. I'm just saying that there was no testimony or proposal on reflecting those cost savings and rates.
Okay, but with the deletion of the word quantify, you're now saying that the CBA does quantify those savings, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So if you'll turn to page 5 of your testimony, Mr. Meyer, table GRM 1.
I'm there.
And as I understand that table, what you've done here is you have started with the, on line 1, the company's revenue deficiency, which at the time you prepared your testimony was about $26.1 million. Is that right?
That's correct.
And through your various proposed adjustments, you believe that the company's revenue deficiency is not $26.1 million, but instead it's $13.2 million. Is that correct?
Based on the issues listed in this table, yes.
Right. So so it's your opinion that all else being equal, based on your adjustments, the result of this case ought to be a $13.2 million revenue increase for Kentucky American Water?
No. After looking at the rebuttal testimony of Kentucky American, we're dropping our capitalization issue. So the number, this 13.2 million would actually be increased, and I don't have the exact total on that, but we are not pursuing the capitalization issue.
Okay. Is that, which line item here is that capitalization issue reflected? Is that in?
Line 3.
Line 3, in labor adjustment, okay.
Right, so that adjustment is a combination of unfilled vacancies and the capitalization issue.
So as a post-hearing data request, so that adjustment right now is and I'm rounding here, I understand that adjustment right now is $2.17 million. As a post-hearing data request, could you provide to us the exact makeup of that number broken down by the vacancy amount and the capitalization amount?
Sure.
And I think you did some of that in this testimony, but given the fact that you've said here today that you agree that some of that ought to come out, I want to make sure we get post-hearing on the record exactly what amounts you think apply there.
Right. The 2.178 is delineated on page 13, but we will still go back and verify and break that out for you.
And would you mind, as part of that exercise, would you rerun table GRM1 and set forth the new revenue deficiency that you think Kentucky American has in its future test year?
Sure.
Okay. Now, on the vacancy piece of that, well, let me back up just a second, I'm sorry. Another of your adjustments is on line 2, your rate of return adjustment, and that's about $6.7 million, correct?
Correct.
That $6.7 million constitutes, as I understand your testimony, Mr. Baudino's recommended ROE of 9.4, right? And it also is based on the equity ratio of Kentucky American's capital structure, correct?
Correct.
And that's based on Mr. Baudino's 9.4 ROE and his suggested equity ratio for its capital structure of 50%. Is that right?
Subject to Mr. Baldino verifying yeah, I'm just reflecting his position.
Okay. Would you turn to page 6 of your testimony?
I'm there.
I'm sorry, back up on page 5. Line 3, question, what are the effects of Mr. Baldino's rate of return recommendations? And you answer that question, and you set forth there on page 6, line 2, a common equity ratio of 50%. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then you say on lines 3 and 4 of page 6, based on these rate of return assumptions, Kentucky American's revenue requirement would be reduced by approximately $6.7 million. Is that right?
That's correct.
If it's in your testimony, please tell me, but I didn't see where you have broken down, of the $6.7 million, how much of it is attributable to Mr. Baldino's ROE of 9.4, and how much of it is attributable to the move from common equity ratio from the company's proposed number to 50%. Would you be willing to provide the breakdown of that 6.7 as a post-hearing data request?
Sure.
Okay. And so if I go back, and I know you're going to revise it, but your stated revenue deficiency here on table GRM1, again, is 13.2 million. Is that right?
That's correct.
And so if the commission were to reject Mr. Baldino's 9.4 ROE and go with the company recommendation, and if it were to reject Mr. Baldino's equity ratio of 50% and instead go with the company's proposed equity ratio, that would mean in addition to your revenue deficiency of $6.7 million on top of the $13.2 million. Is that right?
Plus the capitalization issue.
Plus the capitalization, okay. And if you do that math, would that lead to approximately about a $20 million revenue increase for Kentucky American based on your opinions?
Probably a little more.
Okay. On your vacancy adjustment, we talked a little bit about that line item number 3. And I know you said you're going to revise that to reflect the capitalization percentages, but the other piece of that you said is what I've always called a vacancy adjustment. You're calling it in your testimony unfilled positions. Those are the same thing. Is that right, Mr. Meyer?
Correct.
And your adjustment on that, I think what you say at page 7, for just the vacancy piece, at line 9, page 7, is approximately $618,000. Is that right?
That's right.
Now, in reading your testimony, which has some of your work history in it, I don't see anywhere in there that you have worked for a utility. Is that right?
Never.
Have you never been in charge of a
I'm sorry,
utility?
can I clarify the answer? I think I know what was intended by the response, but you asked the question to confirm he hasn't, and the answer was no. So I want to confirm your response was no, you haven't worked for a utility.
I've only worked on the regulatory side.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Mr. Ingram.
No, thank you, I appreciate it. And so you've never been in charge of managing a workforce that is responsible for getting utility service to customers. Is that right?
No, but I've reviewed those processes in my 40-plus years of regulatory experience.
Would it surprise you to learn that at any point in time, for any utility, there's very likely to be vacant positions in that workforce?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Would surprise you?
I've been involved in on-site and electric companies, and they have clipboards up with vacancies listed all the time. They're not, I would find it rare that a utility operates at full workforce.
Okay. And so let's say a utility or a business has 150 employee positions. What I hear you say is it's very unlikely for all 150 to be filled at any point in time. Is that right?
That's correct.
And the reasons, what are the reasons that all positions aren't filled?
You have people that retire, you have people that leave for other work, they're transferred out. You might fire some people too.
And it takes a while to replace those people. Is that right?
Correct.
And during that time period, you're going to have vacant employment positions, right?
Yes.
Now, would you also agree with me that regardless of what's going on with your vacancies, Kentucky American or any other utility or any business has a certain amount of work it has to do to manufacture its product, or in Kentucky American's case, to get water delivered to people's taps? Is that right?
There's a certain scope of work that must be completed.
And if those vacant positions are vacant, and those people aren't there to do that work, Kentucky American still must get the work done somehow, some way to get water to the tap. Is that right?
That's correct.
Your vacancy adjustment, are you aware that the Attorney General's office has proposed that same type of vacancy adjustment in prior Kentucky American rate cases?
I did learn that through discussion with my attorney.
Okay. In fact, the Attorney General proposed it in Kentucky American's 1995 case. Is that right?
I wouldn't know that.
Do you know whether the Attorney General proposed it in Kentucky American's 2004 rate case?
No.
Do you know whether the Attorney General proposed it in Kentucky American's 2010 rate case?
No.
Do you know whether the Attorney General proposed it in Kentucky American's 2018 rate case?
I believe it was proposed in that case, yes. I reviewed that. I reviewed portions of that order.
And do you know that the 2018 case was fully litigated and the commission issued a decision?
Yes.
Do you know what the commission's decision was on that issue in the 2018 rate case order?
I have it here.
Okay. And so I would just ask, and I don't need you to read it, Mr. Meyer, but is it your understanding, based on that, the commission denied the Attorney General's proposed vacancy adjustment in the 2018 rate case?
It says, I think the last part of the order on that issue says that based on the evidence of the record and the reasons discussed above, the commission finds that the Attorney General /LFUCG, proposed adjustment to labor expense for employee vacancies should be denied.
Denied, right?
Correct.
Would you agree with me, subject to check, that that same denial decision was reached, has now been reached for over close to 30 years in the 1995 rate case, the 2004 rate case, and the 2010 rate case?
I don't know.
Okay. Could you turn to page 20 of your testimony, and it's table GRM 6, Mr. Meyer.
I'm there.
And that portion of your testimony, as I understand it, has to do with your adjustment number 7, which is what you call your revenue adjustment. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the total of that adjustment, if you go back to table GRM 1, is $1.87 million, right? Your revenue adjustment, correct?
It is, correct.
And your revenue adjustment, as I understand it, is you think that the company has understated its projected revenues. Is that right?
That's correct.
And to calculate projected revenues, you have to multiply a projected customer count by a projected customer use. Is that right?
Correct.
Now, table GRM 6 that I asked you to pull up, page 20, it looks to me like you agree with Kentucky American's projected customer count part of that multiplication. Is that right?
That's correct.
But you disagree with the usage that Kentucky American has projected based on that number of customers. Is that right?
That's right, as listed in table 7.
Okay. And so in your table GRM 7, and in the testimony that follows, specifically, if you go over to page 22, the question is, what level of usage per customer would you recommend? And your recommendation is 48.59 million gallons per customer. Is that right?
That's 48,590.
Yeah, yes, I'm sorry, thank you. And that's based on, and the way you got to that number was just averaging the years 2020, 2021, and 2022. You added those up and you divided by 3. Simple average, is that right?
That's correct.
If it turns out that those 3 years were unusually hot and dry years, would your averaging methodology reflect for the effects of that hot and dry weather?
It's not that far off. The 3 years of heating degree days is within 45 heating degree days of your normal.
Is that in your testimony?
No,
Okay. Is there some reason you didn't include that in your testimony?
I didn't find it until after my testimony was filed.
Does your average methodology include any effects on water usage from COVID, which was present, as we all well know, very much so in the years 2020 and 2021?
I did not make an adjustment for COVID.
Okay. QIP, as opposed to QIP, the Qualified Infrastructure Program. At page 43 of your testimony, it looks to me like, and I don't mean to put words in your mouth, but Mr. Meyer, it looks to me like you not only do you oppose the proposed expansion of QIP that the company has proposed, you also believe that the QIP program ought to be discontinued. Is that right?
It engages in single issue rate making, so it should be discontinued.
And at page 43, you identify 3 reasons why you think QIP, why you're opposed to the continuation of QIP. Is that right?
Correct.
Now, in any of those 3 reasons, do you question the need to replace aging pipe?
Do I question the need to replace AG pipe?
Correct.
No.
Do you question, as you sit here today, the operational and engineering need of Kentucky American Water to replace its aging water mains?
No, I just believe it can be done in the context of traditional regulation.
Were you in the room earlier today when we talked about, that? I withdraw. That's all I have, y'all. Counsel?
Just one question, Mr. Meyer. With regard to the work papers you filed, can you hear me, or do I need to speak up some?
I'm sorry, no, I can hear you.
Okay. With regard to the work papers that you filed in your response to Kentucky American's first request, item 1, in a post-hearing data request, would you be able to provide the calculation or a calculation of your rate base, an income statement, and a revenue requirement calculation that supports your revenue requirement adjustments?
We can attempt to.
So I can't hear you.
We can attempt to.
Okay, that's all I had.
Vice Chair?
Mr. Meyer, how are you today?
Fine, thank you.
I wanted to ask you about the 20% unaccounted for water loss
Okay.
percentage that the company is requesting, rather
Right.
than the typical 15% in Kentucky. Can you hear me okay?
I can.
Okay. Did you find in your investigation of this case that that additional percentage was warranted for this company?
Is your question, should they be allowed to get the 20% variance?
Right.
No, they shouldn't. There's multiple reasons, okay? If you agree to give them, to allow them to quit, and if you agree to allow them to accelerate quit to the increased miles, they should be identifying the mains are the pipes that are having the most breaks and that are providing the least service. If they do that under QIP, they will see the losses decline. They also have identified special connections as a problem, and yet there's not been any action. There's just been planning. There's not been any action to reduce those losses. Furthermore, contrary to, I believe, what they do, what they say, I think their utility is much more sophisticated in tracing their lines and looking for leaks than what you would see in a very small water company. I've been involved in small water companies in Missouri, and for them to track and find leaks is not something that they ordinarily do, and the systems reflect that. So if you're going to hold the smaller companies to a 15% loss factor, I think it's fair that you continue to do this with Kentucky American. This was an issue in the last case. So they've been on notice that water loss is a problem, and it's a concern. And the water losses have not gone down. So I think you should hold them to the 15%.
Thank you.
Commissioner Regan?
Good afternoon, Mr. Meyer. I wanted to talk about the incentive compensation. You're proposing to remove the 50% of the company's annual performance plan.
That's correct.
Can you walk through the rationale?
The 50% is the amount, the portion of the APP that is related to the achievement of financial goals. And my position is that ratepayers should not be responsible for paying the achievement of financial goals, that those are more tied to the benefit of shareholders, and that they should pay it. But I want to make one thing perfectly clear here. The AG's office is not suggesting that incentive compensation be eliminated from Kentucky American's salary structure. It's just saying that the cost responsibility for those portions of the incentive compensation that directly relate to the financial achievement of the utility should be assigned to the shareholders and not the ratepayers.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Goode?
Thank you, Chairman. Do have just a few questions on redirect. Mr. Meyer, you discussed with Mr. Ingram that you are, I think your phrase was dropping the capitalization issue after reading the rebuttal testimony. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Can you explain why you are dropping the capitalization issue?
I can't remember, I don't remember the witness, but he provided an updated G37 schedule, and the explanation was that the original schedule didn't match the revenue requirement. And when we looked at that updated schedule and the proposal by the company, we felt that that was a reasonable capitalization rate, so we dropped our issue.
So, am I understanding it correctly that when Kentucky American filed that corrective exhibit with the rebuttal testimony, once you reviewed that, then it was a more reasonable capitalization than they originally asked for? Is that what you're saying?
Well, it was more of a reasonable capitalization than what was reflected in the original schedules.
And you discussed your vacancy adjustment recommendation with Mr. Ingram. Do you recall that?
I do.
And do you recall Mr. Ingram listing a laundry list of past cases where the commission has denied the vacancy adjustment in the past Kentucky American cases? Do you recall that?
I do.
Just because the commission has denied a vacancy adjustment recommendation in the past, does that mean that the current commission must deny a vacancy adjustment recommendation?
No, it doesn't, and I would add to that if you go back, I went back and looked at the G37 schedules, I believe it was, from the last rate case, and the forecasted and the base period hours there were greater than what was actually incurred during those years. So there is a tendency, and it's, I don't have a large history base for it, but at least in the last case, they overprojected the hours, the overtime and straight time hours versus what was actually incurred.
So after your discussions with Mr. Ingram, do you still support your vacancy adjustment recommendation in the pending case?
Absolutely, given, well, first of all, I don't believe you should pay for vacancies, and I'm not convinced about the argument that if I take hours out of, for unfilled positions, that it's a one-for-one with overtime and outside contractors, plus the fact that the historical rate case showed that they over-forecasted in that case as well.
Thank you, Mr. Meyer. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Meyer. As Mr. Meyer is stepping down, would you like to call your next witness?
Thank you, Chairman. The Attorney General's Office calls the final witness, Mr. Richard Baldino, to the stand.
Baldino, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Please have a seat. Please state your name and address for the record. And Mr. Baldino, I'm sorry, you've testified here a few times. I'm going to ask you to speak up a little bit because our microphones are picking up maybe less than they did in the past. So however loud you think you need to talk, just increase it by 20 to 50%. 20 to 50%. So please,
Okay, thanks.
Your name and address.
Sure. My name's Richard Baldino, and my business address is J. Kennedy and Associates, 570 Colonial Park Drive, Suite 305, Roswell, Georgia.
Ms. Goetz, you may ask.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Baldino, what is your occupation?
I'm a consultant.
And did you cause to be filed direct testimony in this case?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any additions or corrections to your direct testimony?
Yes, I have two corrections.
Can you please walk us through those two corrections?
Yes. On page 11, line 16, if you go over on that line, you'll see in the testimony it says 4.0% to 4.5. The 4.5 should be 4.1. There's a typo there. And then on page 28, if you go down to the bottom of that page, in footnote 22, I cite to Pratt and Grabowski, and the page 119 to 131. 131 should be corrected to 120.
Thank you, Mr. Baldino.
And those are all the corrections I have.
And to your knowledge, were those corrections filed with the commission on December 6th, 2023 through an errata filing?
As far as I know,
And did you sponsor responses to Kentucky American Water's discovery request in the pending case?
yes, I did.
If you were asked the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes,
Is it your intention to adopt the direct written testimony as your testimony in this matter?
yes.
Chairman, the witness is available for cross-examination.
Ms. Braun?
Hi, Mr. Baldino, how are you?
Fine, thank you.
My name is Monica Braun. I'm an attorney representing Kentucky American Water Company. If I ask you any questions and you can't hear me or you don't understand, please just let me know.
Yes, I will, thank you.
Yes, certainly. And I thought it might be helpful if we start with just a high level of where the areas of agreement and disagreement are between your positions and Kentucky American's positions.
Okay, sure.
And as I read your testimony, there's two key recommendations that you have made that differ from Kentucky American's position. The first would be your recommendation of an ROE of 9.4%. Is that accurate?
Right,
Okay.
that's one.
And the second is to adjust Kentucky American's proposed capital structure to reduce the common equity ratio to 50%. Is that a fair summary of your recommendations?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. And as far as areas of agreement, I was looking at comparing your testimony to that of Mrs. Bulkley. And Ms. Bulkley was the witness who sponsored return on equity testimony for Kentucky American, and I believe you reviewed that testimony.
Yes, I did. I reviewed her direct and rebuttal as well.
Thank you. And it looked like both of you have utilized a proxy group in order to establish your recommendations in your testimony.
Yes, we used the same proxy group. I just adopted Ms. Bulkley's proxy group as being reasonable for purposes of this case.
Right, thank you. So that was an area of an agreement between you two.
Yes.
Right, thank you. I want to ask you about your first recommendation, which is the ROE, which you have recommended at 9.4%. Would you mind to turn to page 14 of your direct testimony? Just let me know when you're there.
Okay, I have that.
And at the top of the page, you are describing a presentation that you had reviewed from American Water. And if you look at lines 1 and 2, you say, further in this presentation, AWW, which refers to Kentucky American's parent company, correct?
Yes.
Presented its allowed ROEs throughout the company. These ROEs ranged from 9.5% to 10%. So your recommended ROE in this case is lower than the allowed ROE for any other operating subsidiary of American Water, correct?
Well, that's true. It's slightly below the 9.5%. And I would also add to that Ms. Bulkley's recommendation would be far higher than the high end of that range, which is 10.75%.
Sure. So thank you for confirming that yours is lower. If you would look for a minute, and I had sent around some exhibits that I thought we could walk through. And the first one of those is an exhibit to your testimony. It was page 3 of exhibit RAB-2. If we could display that, please. Is it not popping up? Okay. Well, then if we can just look at the copy that's in your testimony, Mr. Baldino.
Okay.
Okay. And this is a presentation that was prepared by American Water that you attached to your testimony, correct?
That's right.
Okay. And as I look at this chart, it looks like there were 4 states in which American Water operates that have rates that became effective during 2023. And I thought we could just talk about those for a few minutes.
Okay, sure.
Okay, if we look at Illinois, what is the ROE for Illinois?
That is 9.78.
And what is the effective date of those rates?
Let's see, that is January 1st, 2023, with an equity ratio of 49%.
Okay, and if we look at Missouri, what's the ROE that's listed for Missouri?
That is 9.75%.
Okay, and what's the effective date of those rates?
That's May 28th with a equity ratio of 50%.
Okay, and how about Pennsylvania? What's the ROE listed there?
The ROE listed there is 10%. The date is January 28th with a 55% equity ratio.
Okay, and how about Virginia?
Virginia is 9.7%, with an effective date of April 24th, 2023, and 40.73% equity ratio.
Okay, and if you took those 4 states, Illinois, Missouri,
Ms. Braun, I
Yes.
know you're getting in a roll, and I hate to interrupt you. We've got maybe a small IT issue. We're going to take a short recess. And I know we've been going at it for a little bit, but let's take a quick pause. We'll take a 5-minute recess we'll just take a recess for about 5 minutes, until a couple minutes after 4 o'clock. So we'll be in recess.
Mr. Baldino, when we right before we went into recess, we had just finished looking at the 4 states which had had rates set during 2023. And those were Illinois, Missouri, Pennsylvania, and Virginia. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And if you average the ROEs for those 4 states that were awarded this year, subject to check, do you get 9.8%?
I haven't performed that calculation.
Based on the numbers that are listed there of 9.78, 9.75, 10%, and 9.7, would it surprise you it's around 9.8%?
Wouldn't surprise me.
Okay, thank you. One thing that I noticed in looking at this exhibit is Kentucky's a little bit unique in the number of states that it physically borders. If my math is correct, I think Kentucky borders 7 states. And when I looked at this exhibit, I noticed that 6 of those states are on here. And that would be Illinois, Indiana, Missouri, Tennessee, Virginia, and West Virginia. All of those border Kentucky. And if your ROE of a 9.4%, if that was accepted by the commission, Kentucky would have a lower ROE than all of those states that border it, correct?
Well, yes, that's obviously correct.
I was looking at some recent cost of equity testimony that you have filed here in Kentucky and had a couple questions about it. And I have copies of that testimony in case it would be helpful to refresh your recollection.
Sure.
In October of 2022, you filed testimony, and it was case number 2022-147, and that was the Water Service Corporation of Kentucky rate case. And you filed testimony on behalf of the Attorney General and the City of Clinton. Do you have a general recollection
I
of
have
the
a
case?
general recollection of that, yes.
And when I looked at your testimony in that case, you recommended an ROE of 9.25%. Do you recall that?
I don't recall that number. Perhaps if you could show me the testimony.
Certainly. There's the page.
Okay, 9.25 is correct.
And do you know what the commission ultimately awarded as the ROE in that case?
I don't recall what that number is.
Okay. And I think we can display that on the screen, but I can also hand you a copy. The commission awarded 9.55% in that case.
Mhm. Yes, the commission ordered 9.55% in that case. As you said, my recommendation was 9.25. Mr. DeSendis, who provided testimony on behalf of the company, according to, let's see, page 45 of the commission order, recommended 10.6%.
Okay, thank you.
So you're welcome, and that's about 100 basis points less than Mr. DeSantis, recommended in that case, and it's 30 basis points higher than what I recommended.
Thank you. And I think you also filed testimony more recently in the Duke Energy Kentucky rate case for their electric rates. That's case number 2022-372.
Yes, sorry for almost interrupting you there.
No, that's fine, absolutely.
Yes, I did submit testimony in that case.
Yeah. And it looks like you filed testimony, it was in March of 2023 in that case, and your recommended ROE in that case was 9.55%. Does that sound correct?
That's right.
Okay. And the commission issued an order in October of this year in that case. Do you know what ROE the commission awarded?
The commission ordered 9.75 ROE for Duke Energy Kentucky, and if memory serves me correctly, they ordered a 9.65% for the infrastructure, I believe is, I can't remember the name of it, but it's an infrastructure program.
You have an excellent memory. So that's correct. 9.75 for base rates, and then 10 basis points lower for the mechanism.
Right, slightly higher than what I recommended, about 20 basis points.
So just to look at what we've covered so far, I think we've established that there is no American Water subsidiary right now that has a ROE as low as the one you have recommended in this case, correct?
Right.
And in the most recent cases in which you have filed testimony, the commission has ordered ROEs that are higher than 9.4%, correct?
Yes.
I want to talk a bit, changing gears, about the capital structure adjustment that you have proposed in the case. And just to make sure that this is clear, when Kentucky American filed its application, its proposed equity ratio was 52.45%, correct?
Yes.
Did you review Kentucky American's rebuttal testimony, specifically Mr. Furia's testimony?
I did review that, yes.
Okay. And did you see that Mr. Furia has proposed a minor reduction in that equity ratio to 52.219%?
I did see that. I didn't remember the number exactly, but I'll accept that, yes.
Thank you. I just want to make sure we're clear on what the current position of Kentucky American is. And I was looking at some testimony that you had filed, and this goes back to 2021, in the Atmos Energy case here in Kentucky on behalf of the Attorney General. Do you remember being involved in that case, 2021?
I'm sorry, which case was it?
It was Atmos Energy Corporation, 2021-214.
I do remember testifying in that case, yes.
Okay. And I was looking at your testimony in that case, and I'll hand you a copy of it. There's also a copy being displayed. And I noticed in your testimony that the utility had proposed an equity ratio of 57.05%.
Yes.
And in looking at your testimony, you had recommended that the equity percentage be lowered to 53.5%. Do you recall the basis of your recommendation?
Yes, I can read from the testimony if that would be helpful.
Sure, yes, please.
This is from page 31 of that testimony that you're referring to. And it says, the question is, what is your recommendation for the level of common equity that should be allowed in Atmos's capital structure? And my answer is, I recommend that the Commission authorize a common equity ratio for Atmos of 53.5% in this case. This percentage is approximately halfway between Atmos's requested ratio of 57.05% and the Gas Proxy Group 2020 ratio of 50.3. My recommendation is a reasonable first step in reducing Atmos's common equity ratio to a more reasonable and affordable level for its Kentucky customers. In my opinion, reducing Atmos's equity ratio to 50.3% is too large an adjustment to make all at once.
Thank you. And you referenced the Gas Proxy Group, and if you look at page 29 of your direct testimony, in the Atmos case, you provided a table, and it's being displayed here on the screen, that shows the proxy group equity ratios, correct?
Correct.
And I was looking at your testimony in this case, and I did not see a similar chart. Is that accurate?
Right. I didn't analyze the equity ratios in this case of the proxy group. I instead looked at the actual history of equity ratios of Kentucky American Water over the last 5 years, and that was the basis for my recommendation.
Okay, and when you looked at Ms. Bulkley's direct testimony, and specifically her Exhibit 9 to her direct testimony, did you see that she did analyze the capital structure ratios for the proxy group?
I know that she did analyze the proxy group equity ratios. I don't remember that analysis. I don't have it in front of me.
Okay, could we display that, please? That's Exhibit number 7. I think we're gonna need to zoom in a bit there on the top. Okay, so this is from Ms. Bulkley's direct testimony. This is exhibit number 9, page 1 of 4. And if you look at the proxy groups, what is the mean for 2021?
The mean is 53.94,
2020
53.34,
and 2019,
53.8,
and the 3-year average.
53.69%.
And all of these values are higher than the equity ratio that Kentucky American has proposed in this case, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And this is to confirm the proxy group that you found reasonable for use.
Yes. However, I did not find that to be determinative of the allowed equity ratio in this case, certainly given that Kentucky American Water has been able to meet its obligations to customers with equity ratios that are even lower than what I'm recommending.
And I'm glad that you mentioned the historical ratios, because that's actually where I was going next. As we discussed earlier, you provided testimony in the 2022 Duke Energy rate case on behalf of the Attorney General, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall the capital structure that Duke proposed in that case? Specifically, the equity ratio?
I don't recall.
Okay, can we display number 8, please? And what this is, Mr. Baldino, is this is a one-page document that compares your testimony in the Duke case in March of 2023, and then below that is the same Q&A, corresponding Q&A from this case. So if we could zoom out just a bit on that exhibit, and then go back up to the top there. And could you read the question and the first 2 sentences of the answer, please?
Yes, beginning on line 9.
8.
On 8. Should the commission adopt Duke Kentucky's proposed capital structure? And the answer is no. The company's requested common equity ratio of 52.505 is clearly excessive when compared to its recent historical common equity percentages.
Okay, and then if we drop down on that exhibit to that, and would you please read this question and the first 2 sentences on this one?
Okay. The question is, should the commission adopt KAW's proposed capital structure? No, the company's requested common equity ratio of 52.45 is excessive when compared to its recent historical common equity percentages.
Okay.
Instead, I recommend the commission adopt a common equity ratio of 50%.
Okay, and if we look at that Duke Q&A, you also recommended a 50% common equity ratio in that case as well.
Yes.
Okay, and in both the Duke case and this case, it's based on the historical common equity percentages for those utilities, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And are you familiar with the commission's ruling in the Duke case in October of '22?
I am familiar with that. The commission did not agree with my proposed equity ratio.
Yes.
And I believe it went with the company's equity ratio.
Right. Yes, and just to confirm that, on page 34 of the order, the commission finds that the Attorney General did not provide sufficient evidence to adjust the capital structure, and that Duke Kentucky's proposed updated capital structure should be approved. Is that what you recall?
Yes.
That's all the questions that I have. Thank you.
You're welcome.
No questions.
Question? Let's go.
Just a few. Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Baldino, do you recall Attorney Braun asking you about the 2023 ROE awards for specific American Water Company subsidiaries?
Yes.
And Ms. Braun stated that the average ROE awarded to these subsidiaries in 2023 was 9.8%. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in the pending case, you recommend an ROE of 9.4%. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And is it your understanding that Kentucky American Water's expert, Ms. Bulkley, recommends a 10.75% ROE in the pending case?
That's correct.
So, Mr. Baldino, is your recommended ROE or Ms. Bulkley's recommended ROE closer to that 9.8% average ROE that Ms. Braun discussed?
Well, mine is.
I have no further questions. Thank you, Mr. Baldino.
Thank you very much, Mr. Baldino. You may be excused.
Thank you.
Ms. Godin?
I have no further witnesses.
Mr. Osterloh, you're good? You don't have a surprise?
No surprise witness. As fun as that would be.
Spice things up here. This is pretty dry hearings. All right, Ms. Braun, we discussed, we'll pick up again on Wednesday morning. You all call the first witness you would like. We just ask that you, in addition to the 5 non-company witnesses, that you also have, you also make sure that the,
Porter, Citron, and Lewis.
and Porter, Citron, and Lewis, thank you. That you have those witnesses available.
Certainly.
And then, I'll know at the beginning of the hearing, I'll go ahead and, not for all of them. We'll just take them up as they come. They're all in Lexington, right? Or, okay. All right, so we will adjourn for the remainder of the day. As noted, or as everybody may know, tomorrow is not a state working day. So we will take tomorrow off and we will continue the hearing at 9 a.m. Wednesday morning on the 13th, here back at, 9 a.m.
Chairman, I'm so sorry. Just in case I've missed it, you did excuse both of the Attorney General's witnesses,
Yes.
correct? Thank you.
Yes. Both witnesses are excused and everybody's excused except for Porter, Citron, Lewis, thank you, from the company, and Ms. Nash, yes. Although I would assume even if we excuse Ms. Nash, she would still want to stick around for the fun. So, all right, well, thank you all very much, and we will be back Wednesday at 9 a.m.